Hello guys, welcome to Gringotts Hub. Today we have an incredible story for you. Harry claimed the Potter-Black-Slytherin-Gryffindor-Merlin Lordships and abolished every blood law in one single day. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Weight of What Was Left. The owl arrived at 4 in the morning. Harry knew it was 4 because he'd been awake since 2, lying on his back on the narrow Desley mattress, staring at the ceiling and listening to the house settle around him. He'd gotten good at that, the listening. Picking apart the different sounds of number 4, privet drive the way you'd unpick a badly tied knot. The groan of the water pipes in the walls. Uncle Vernon's snoring, which came through the floor in waves, low and rhythmic and somehow more oppressive than silence. The distant bark of the neighbor's dog. The particular creak of the third stair, which Dudley always hit on his late-night trips to the kitchen and which Harry used as a kind of early warning system. None of those sounds helped tonight. None of them ever really did. He kept coming back to the Department of Mysteries. To the veil. To the sound Sirius made, that brief, surprised sound, almost like a laugh cut short, as he fell through it. Harry had replayed it so many times over the past 3 weeks that he'd started to lose confidence in the memory itself, the way you lose confidence in a word you've said too many times. Had Sirius looked surprised? Had he looked afraid? Had he looked anything at all, or had Harry just been too far away and too slow? And the owl hit the window like a small, irritated thunderclap. Harry sat up so fast his head spun. The owl, a bird he didn't recognize, sleek and gray with golden eyes, wearing what looked like a very small and very official waistcoat-style harness, was already tapping at the glass with the kind of focused impatience that suggested it had places to be. Harry crossed the room in 2 steps and unlatched the window, and the bird swept in, dropped a heavy envelope directly onto his bare feet with what felt like deliberate accuracy, and then swept straight back out again. Harry looked down at the envelope. It was thick, cream-colored, and sealed with dark red wax stamped in a design he'd never seen before, for symbols arranged around a central fifth, pressed together like compass points meeting at their tips. The paper itself had a faint weight to it that was hard to describe, the way certain old books felt different from new ones, like they'd absorbed decades of being handled. His name was on the front in ink that shifted between deep green and gold depending on the angle. Harry James Potter, Lord Claimant. He read that last bit 3 times. Then he sat down on the edge of the bed, turned the envelope over, and broke the seal. 3 letters fell out, along with a document that unfolded itself to roughly the size of a small tablecloth and hovered in the air in front of him, clearly waiting to be read. The first letter was brief. It was written on Gringotts stationery. He recognized the crest, the crossed axes above the vault door, in the cramped, precise handwriting of someone who clearly thought economy of language was a moral virtue. Mr. Potter, you are summoned to Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, on the 14th of July at 9 o'clock in the morning for the purpose of conducting a full inheritance reading and estate audit under your formal name and blood seal. This is not optional. The accounts in question have been sealed pending majority and legal claim for 16 years and can no longer remain in administrative suspension. Bring this letter. Bring yourself. Bring nothing else. Ragnarok, Senior Account Manager, Department of Ancestral Holdings. Harry put that one down carefully and picked up the second. This one was longer, in different handwriting, looping and slightly rushed, as though the writer had been thinking faster than their hand could move. The parchment was older. Significantly older, actually. It had the dry, faintly golden quality of something that had spent a very long time in very good preservation. Harry, if you're reading this, then I'm dead and Dumbledore has either told you everything or nothing, and knowing Albus, it's probably nothing. Don't be too angry with him. He was always doing what he thought was best, and he was right about most things. Just not this. This is serious. I wrote this 6 months ago, on a bad night when I was convinced the house was going to eat me. I'm leaving it with Gringotts under instruction to deliver it with your inheritance summons because I want you to hear this from me first, before the goblins start reading you lists. You have more than you think you do, Harry. I don't mean money. I mean you. The Blacks have kept records since before the statute of secrecy, and somewhere in those records there are things that explain a lot about why certain people have always been so very, very interested in you. Not just Voldemort. Everyone. The Ministry. Dumbledore. My mother's portrait. The goblins will explain the specifics. What I want you to understand before you walk into that bank is this: whatever they tell you, whatever the inheritance turns out to be, it is yours. Not your father's. Not your mother's. Yours. Claim it like you mean it. I know you'll do the right thing. You always do, you infuriating person. Go on then. I love you. Sirius. Harry had to put that one down for a while. He sat with it on his knee and looked at the floor and breathed through his nose until the tightness in his chest settled into something he could work with. The letter was dated December, 3 years ago. Sirius had been in Grimmauld Place, imprisoned in that dark and hateful house, and he'd sat down and written this. Thinking about Harry. Worrying about Harry. I love you. Simple as that. No caveats, no awkward redirections. Just, I love you. He folded the letter very carefully and set it beside him on the mattress where he could still see it. The third letter was from someone he didn't know, a woman named Arcturus Consulting, which turned out to be not a woman at all but a firm of magical solicitors operating out of Edinburgh. It was dense with legal language and Harry had to read it twice to unpick the meaning, but the gist was this: as the blood heir of Sirius Orion Black, Harry had automatically inherited the Black family's Gringotts holdings, properties, and legal entitlements upon Sirius's death. This was not news. What was news was the part on page 2, section 4, subsection C, which noted that among the Black family's documented holdings were several ancestral claims of noble and ancient house status, and that these claims, combined with Harry's pre-existing Potter inheritance, created what the letter called a convergent lineage event of significant legal magnitude, which apparently meant something quite serious because the word significant had been underlined 3 times. The document that was still floating in front of him, patient as a butler, turned out to be the preliminary findings of an inheritance audit Gringotts had run automatically when Sirius's will was probated. Harry forced himself to read the whole thing, which took 20 minutes and left him sitting very still. The Potter line was the straightforward part. His father's estate, vault, properties, investments, had been held in trust by Dumbledore as his magical guardian. This was standard practice for orphaned heirs, the document noted, though Harry caught something in the phrasing that suggested the goblins had opinions about exactly how standard Dumbledore's administration of that trust had been. The words pending review appeared 4 times in the Potter section alone, and each time they appeared they were accompanied by small annotation marks in the margin that Harry was fairly sure represented goblin shorthand for something impolite. The Black line was more complicated. The House of Black was, formally speaking, a noble and most ancient house, which was a legal designation in Wizarding Britain with actual political weight behind it. It meant a seat in the Wizengamot. It meant certain rights and privileges under the founding charters of magical Britain that hadn't been revoked because, as near as anyone could tell, no one had ever thought to do it. It meant money, yes, a quite staggering amount of money, but it also meant a kind of legal standing that Harry was only just beginning to understand was very different from simply being famous. But then the document moved on to the secondary inheritance chains, and that was where Harry's understanding of the situation started becoming seriously unstable. The Potter family, it turned out, were not simply an old magical family. They were the direct patrilineal descendants of Ignotus Peverell, the youngest of the 3 Peverell brothers, the one who'd asked Death for a cloak. Harry had known this. Dumbledore had told him. What Dumbledore had not told him was that the Peverell bloodline carried with it a dormant claim, dormant for 9 generations, simply because no eligible heir had been in a position to assert it, to the family seat of the House of Gryffindor. Harry read that sentence 3 times. Godric Gryffindor's line had died out in the direct male descent in the 13th century. His daughter Elaine had married a Peverell. Their descendants had been Potters for the past 400 years. The claim was legitimate by the founding laws of the Wizengamot, which required only confirmed blood descent and a formal claiming to activate. It had simply sat there, for 400 years, waiting. And then, and this was the part where Harry's brain genuinely started to struggle, the document moved to the Black family's ancestral connections, and buried in 900 years of Black family genealogy was a line that connected, through Phineas Nigellus Black and several generations of very careful record-keeping, to the maternal line of Salazar Slytherin. The Slytherin claim was different from the Gryffindor claim. It wasn't dormant, it had been deliberately sealed by the Wizengamot 300 years ago, locked behind a blood requirement so specific that no one had successfully claimed it in the interim. You had to be a Parselmouth. You had to carry black blood. And you had to have already claimed at least one other noble house seat in the Wizengamot before the Slytherin claim would even recognize you as eligible. Harry sat back and looked at the floating document for a long moment. "You have got to be kidding me," he said quietly. The document rustled in a way that suggested it was not, in fact, kidding. He kept reading, because apparently there was still more. The last section was headed Additional Claims, Merlin designation, and Harry very nearly skipped it entirely because the heading seemed so completely impossible that he assumed it was some kind of goblin administrative error. Then he read the first line, and then he read the entire section very carefully indeed, and by the end he was lying flat on his back on the mattress staring at the ceiling again, except this time the tightness in his chest had been replaced by something else. Something larger and stranger and harder to name. The Merlin designation was, as near as the document could explain it in legal language, a bloodline marker that predated the formal founding of Wizarding Britain's governmental structure. Merlin, just Merlin, no family name, which the document noted was itself significant, had encoded certain properties into his magic before his death that were designed to pass down through bloodlines that demonstrated consistent alignment with his magical intent. Not values, exactly. Not ideology. Intent. The magic itself determined eligibility through what the document called a resonance test, which could only be performed in Gringotts' claiming chamber with a full blood seal reading present. If Harry passed the resonance test, the Merlin seat, which carried with it not just a Wizengamot position but a set of what the document carefully called foundational override authorities with respect to British wizarding law, would open to him. If he didn't pass, the seat remained sealed. The document noted, with what Harry was coming to recognize as characteristic goblin precision, that in the 900 years since the Merlin designation had been established, no claimant had ever passed the resonance test. Not once. Harry set the document down on the bed beside Sirius's letter. Outside, Privet Drive was beginning to lighten at the edges, that particular grey-blue that came just before proper dawn, when the birds started and the sky hadn't quite decided to commit to morning yet. Uncle Vernon's snoring had stopped. Harry could hear, distantly, the slow percussion of milk bottles being set down on doorsteps. He thought about Sirius. About the sound of the veil. About Cedric, too, and about his parents, people he'd never really gotten to know, people whose faces he knew from photographs but whose voices he'd only heard in the worst moments of his life, amplified by dementors into the echo of the worst night possible. He thought about what Sirius had written. Whatever they tell you, it is yours. Claim it like you mean it. Then he thought about Dumbledore, who had been his guardian for 16 years and had never once mentioned that his father's vault was sitting in administrative review. Who had never mentioned the Gryffindor inheritance claim. Who had never mentioned any of it. Harry didn't let himself get angry. Not yet. He put the anger somewhere specific, a particular shelf at the back of his mind where he'd been learning to store things he needed to deal with but couldn't deal with right now. He'd gotten very good at that shelf over the past 3 weeks. He got up, picked up his wand from the desk, turned it over once in his hand the way he'd taken to doing when he was thinking, and then started getting dressed. He was going to need to write some letters. He wrote 4. The first was to Ron, and it was carefully, deliberately uninformative. Got something from Gringotts, need to go to Diagon Alley on the 14th, might need backup. Don't tell anyone yet. He added a postscript, all okay, don't freak out. He crossed that out and rewrote it as mostly okay, don't freak out. That felt more honest. The second was to Hermione, and it was different. With Hermione he could be more direct, not because he trusted her more than Ron but because she'd already proven she could handle information without immediately needing to tell an adult. He told her about the letters. About the inheritance reading. About the Black estate and the Gryffindor claim. He stopped before the Slytherin and Merlin parts because he wasn't sure how to explain those yet without sounding like he'd lost his mind. He ended with, "I know you're going to have questions. Write me everything you know about noble house claims and Wisengamot seats. I think I'm going to need to know a lot more than I currently do." The third letter was to Neville, which surprised him as he was writing it. He and Neville weren't letter writers. They were school friends, which was a different thing. But something about the situation made him think of Neville, something about the fact that the Longbottom family had their own ancient history in the Wisengamot, and that Neville might understand certain things about inherited weight and the pressure of a name that Harry couldn't quite explain to Ron or Hermione. He kept it brief. Going to Gringotts on the 14th, might be significant. Thought you should know. No obligation. He almost didn't send it, and then sent it anyway. The fourth letter he held for a long time before he wrote it. It was to Dumbledore. And it was very short. "Professor, I've received a summons from Gringotts for an inheritance reading on July 14th. I'll be attending. I thought you should know." He didn't ask for permission. He didn't ask for accompaniment. He didn't ask for anything at all. He addressed it, sealed it, and sent it before he could second-guess himself, using the school owl he'd borrowed when Hedwig was sleeping. Hedwig opened one amber eye and gave him a long, considering look. "Don't," Harry told her. She closed the eye. He spent the next 8 days doing something he'd never done before, which was reading. Not textbooks, he'd read enough textbooks to last several lifetimes, but research. He'd written to Hermione asking for information, and Hermione, predictably and magnificently, had responded within 18 hours with 7 pages of notes, 2 books borrowed from the Granger's local library magical section, and a letter that opened with Harry, "I've actually been looking into this for a while. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to upset you before you were ready but..." He smiled at the "before you were ready" part. That was very Hermione. She'd been researching wizarding blood law. Not just the recent stuff, not just the pro-pureblood legislation that Fudge's ministry had been quietly passing for the past decade, but the origins of it. Where the laws came from. What they were built on. Who had written them and why and what they'd replaced when they did. What she'd found was, in a word, damning. The so-called blood laws of wizarding Britain were not, as most people assumed, ancient statutes handed down from the founding of the magical community. Many of them were remarkably recent. The most oppressive ones, the restrictions on Muggle-born inheritance rights, the bars on mixed-blood families holding certain ministry positions, the 3-tiered classification of pure blood, half-blood, and Muggle-born that underpinned nearly every social interaction in wizarding Britain, had been drafted and passed in a 4-year period between 1789 and 1793, pushed through a Wisengamot that had been, at the time, under the considerable influence of a coalition of 7 ancient families. The Malfoys were among those 7. So were the Blacks, Harry noted, though a different branch than Sirius's, the Walburga Black branch, the one that had disowned Sirius for supporting Gryffindor values and liking Muggles. The same branch whose portrait still screamed in Grimmauld Place. What was genuinely remarkable, Hermione noted in her increasingly excited margin annotations, was that prior to 1789, the Wisengamot had operated under a very different foundational document. A founding charter. One that explicitly stated, in the language of the time, that magical ability was the only qualification for participation in wizarding society, not blood purity, not family lineage, not birth circumstance. One that had been superseded by the blood laws of 1793 through what Hermione's notes characterized as a procedural mechanism of deeply questionable legal validity, which Harry was fairly certain was historian speak for a power grab. The founding charter, she noted, had been written and sealed by Merlin. He read that note twice, and then he looked at the inheritance document again, at the section about the Merlin designation, and then he sat very still for a very long time. He was beginning to understand the shape of something. On the 11th, Dumbledore's response arrived. It was warm. Measured. Carefully worded in the way that Dumbledore's letters always were, each sentence constructed like a small architectural achievement. It expressed concern for Harry's well-being. It noted that inheritance matters could be complex and emotionally taxing and that Harry might find it beneficial to have guidance from someone with more experience in these areas. It suggested, gently, in the way that Dumbledore's suggestions always felt simultaneously kind and inevitable, that it might be wise to postpone the Gringotts meeting until term began and Harry could benefit from the support of familiar surroundings. Harry read it once. Then he wrote back, "Thank you, Professor. I'll see you when term begins." And then he went to Gringotts on the 14th. He was not alone. Ron had come, arriving at Privet Drive the evening of the 13th on the night bus with his hair sticking in 4 different directions and a slightly guilty expression that meant he'd told his mum he was going to Fred and George's. Hermione had arrived an hour later by taxi from a station further along the line, her bag impossibly heavy with books, her expression not guilty at all, just alert and purposeful, the way she got when she knew something important was about to happen. Neville had been waiting outside the Leaky Cauldron when they arrived the next morning. He'd come alone, which was unusual for Neville, and something in the way he was standing, squarer, somehow, more settled in his own frame, made Harry look at him a second time. Neville gave him a brief nod, not the anxious half-bow he sometimes did, but the kind of nod that meant "I'm here and I'm staying." "You didn't have to come," Harry said. "No," Neville agreed. "I know." They went inside. Gringotts in the early morning was different from Gringotts at any other time. The main hall was quieter, most of the teller stations closed, only a handful of goblins moving between the back offices. Their footsteps echoed on the marble in a way that felt like being inside a very large, very old skull. The chandeliers were at half illumination. The air smelled of stone and old paper and something metallic that Harry had never been able to identify. A goblin was waiting for them at the far end of the hall. Not a teller, this one was older, wearing formal robes in dark green with the same harness design Harry had seen on the owl. He was perhaps 3 inches shorter than Harry, which put him somewhere around Hermione's chin, and he had the kind of face that had seen a great many people come and go and had formed extremely comprehensive opinions about most of them. "Mr. Potter," he said. "I am Ragnarok. The others may wait here." "They come with me," Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at Hermione, who met his gaze steadily. He looked at Ron, who looked slightly like he was fighting the urge to take a step back. He looked at Neville, who didn't look like anything in particular, just present. "Unusual," Ragnarok said finally. "Yes," Harry agreed. Something in Ragnarok's expression shifted. It wasn't quite approval. Goblins didn't do approval the same way humans did, but it was something adjacent to it. He turned and walked toward a door set into the back wall. "Come, then," he said. The room they were taken to was not a vault. It was deeper than the vaults. They'd taken the cart system deeper than Harry had ever gone, through a series of descents that left his ears popping and his knuckles white on the cart's edge, while Ron made sounds that suggested active regret about the decision to attend. Eventually they stopped in a cavern that didn't look anything like the vault levels. The walls here were natural stone, uncut and unsmoothed, and the torches were set in iron brackets that had been there for so long the rock had grown around them. The ceiling was high enough that the light didn't quite reach it. In the center of the room was a stone table. Around it were 5 chairs. On the table was a shallow basin filled with something that looked like water but moved slightly too slowly, with the viscous quality of something that had never quite been alive and never quite been otherwise. On the far wall, carved directly into the rock, were 5 crests. Harry recognized 2 of them immediately, the Gryffindor lion, the Slytherin serpent. The other 3 took him a moment, a tower for Potter, a 5-pointed star for Black, and the 5th, a symbol he'd never seen, a stylized M inside a circle of 7-pointed lines, for Merlin. "This," Ragnarok said, in a tone that suggested they were in the presence of something that deserved respect whether you felt it or not, "is the ancestral claiming chamber. It has been here since the founding of the bank, which predates the founding of your ministry by roughly 400 years. The basin on the table is a blood truth vessel. It does not lie, and it does not negotiate. He gestured for Harry to sit. The reading will take approximately 1 hour. It is irreversible once begun. Any claim that surfaces in the reading will be documented and sealed to your bloodline. Do you understand? Yes, Harry said. Do you consent to begin? Harry looked at the basin. He looked at the 5 crests on the wall. He thought, briefly, of Sirius's letter, claim it like you mean it, and then he sat down in the central chair and put his hand over the basin. Yes, he said again. Let's begin. The water, or whatever it was, went very still. Then it turned gold. Hermione made a sharp sound from where she was standing against the wall. Ragnarok went very quiet. Even the torches seemed to dim slightly, as if the light in the room was being drawn toward the basin. Harry didn't move. He kept his hand over the surface and watched as the gold deepened, and then as lines began to appear in it, not lines, exactly, but shapes, like letters in an alphabet he'd never studied but somehow almost understood. They moved slowly at first and then faster, arranging themselves into patterns that pulled at something behind his eyes. His scar did not hurt. That was what he noticed most clearly. His scar, which had spent 16 years being a reliable register of dark magic, was completely, absolutely still. Whatever this was, it was the opposite of dark. The shapes accelerated. The gold brightened until Harry had to squint. Somewhere behind him he heard Hermione saying something in a low, rapid voice to Ron, statistics, probably, or historical precedents, and he heard Neville very quietly say blimey in a tone that Neville almost never used. Then the light peaked, and broke, and flooded the entire room. When it cleared, all 5 crests on the wall were glowing. Ragnarok was staring at the crests. His expression, for the first time since they'd met, contained something genuinely unscripted. Something surprised. The last time this room saw 5 active crests simultaneously, he said slowly, was the day it was built. Harry looked at the crests for a long time. He felt strange, not ill, not overwhelmed, but something had changed, some fundamental pressure in the air around him, like the difference between standing in an empty room and standing in one where everyone has just gone quiet. So what does it mean? Ron asked, because Ron always asked the practical question. Ragnarok turned toward them, and if Harry hadn't known better he'd have said the old goblin looked almost moved. It means, Ragnarok said carefully, that Mr. Potter is, as of this moment, the legitimate Lord Claimant of 5 noble houses. It means his vote in the Wizengamot is not 1 seat. It is 5. He paused. And the Merlin designation, he stopped. Looked at the 5th crest, still blazing gold. In 900 years, that seal has never opened. Not once. Not to any claimant. Until today, Hermione said softly. Until today, Ragnarok confirmed. He looked at Harry with something that was unmistakably respect, the specific, private kind that goblins gave to very few humans. The Merlin designation carries override authority with respect to any law passed in the Wizengamot that violates the founding charter. This means, I know what it means, Harry said. His voice was quiet. Not hard, not dramatic. Just certain. He looked at the 5 glowing crests on the wall and thought about Hermione's notes. About the blood laws of 1793 and the founding charter and the 7 families and the 4 years it had taken to build a system designed to sort human beings by accident of birth. He thought about Hermione herself, standing 10 feet away, who had been classified as lesser by those laws since before she'd even known magic existed. He thought about Neville's parents, in their hospital ward. About every Muggle-born who'd been turned away, talked over, passed up, or ground down by a structure that was not ancient or inevitable or natural, but had been chosen by people who'd had the power to choose differently and had chosen wrong. He thought about Sirius, who'd spent 12 years in Azkaban partly because the system that should have protected him had been designed to protect something else. He looked at Ragnarok. I'm going to need, he said, everything you have on the founding charter. Every copy, every annotation, every legal cross-reference. And I'm going to need to know exactly how a formal repeal motion works in the Wizengomot. Ragnarok looked at him steadily. A repeal of the blood laws would require a majority vote of Wizengomot seats. It has been attempted 4 times in the past 2 centuries and failed each time. With 1 seat, Harry said. It's never been attempted with 5. A pause. No, Ragnarok agreed. It has not. And the Merlin override authority. If a sitting Merlin designate finds that existing law violates the founding charter, the violation is legally nullified without a vote, Ragnarok said carefully. Subject to challenge, of course, but the burden of challenge falls on those seeking to preserve the offending statute, not on the designate. He studied Harry. That is a significant distinction. Yes, Harry said. It is. He stood up from the chair. The basin's glow had settled to a steady, low pulse that tracked his heartbeat. The 5 crests on the wall had not stopped glowing. He turned to look at his friends. Hermione's eyes were bright, and she was already reaching for the notes she'd brought, because Hermione. Ron looked like a man who had agreed to what he thought was a small trip to the bank and was now standing in the middle of something much larger, and he was processing it with the particular Ron Weasley expression that meant he was frightened and loyal and not going anywhere. Neville was watching Harry with a look that Harry had never quite seen on his face before, focused and clear and decided. Okay, Harry said. He was not talking to the room. He was not making a speech. He was just settling into something. Finding his footing in a new weight. Okay, he said again. Then he looked at Ragnarok. Where do I sign? They were in Gringotts for 4 more hours. There were documents. A great many documents. Ragnarok's team produced them in stacks, and Hermione sat beside Harry and read every single one before he signed anything, asking sharp, technical questions that made the junior goblin archivists look at her with something between irritation and professional admiration. Ron sat in the corner of the formal signing room with a cup of goblin tea that tasted of iron and something floral and resolutely worked his way through it while keeping careful watch on the door. Neville read over Harry's shoulder for the first hour and then quietly asked one of the archivists if there was precedent for simultaneous multi-seat claiming in the Wizengomot, and the archivist had stared at him and then gone away and come back with 4 different books and they'd had a conversation that Harry couldn't follow, but Neville had come back looking thoughtful. At one point Harry signed his full formal name, Lord Harry James Potter-Black, of the noble and most ancient houses of Potter, Black, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and of the Merlin designation, for the first time, and something physical happened as he did it. A warmth that started at his wand hand and moved up his arm, settled in his chest, and stayed there. Not painful. Not overwhelming. Just present. Like something that had been waiting to fit had finally found its place. He finished the signing. Ragnarok handed him 5 rings, family rings, formal ones, heavy and old, each set with a stone in the house color. Potter, deep red garnet. Black, onyx. Gryffindor, lion amber. Slytherin, green serpentine. And Merlin's, a pale silver stone Harry didn't know the name of, smooth and plain as a river pebble and somehow the most significant of all of them. You wear them all at once? Ron asked. The magic consolidates them, Harry said, because Ragnarok had explained this, and the explanation had made more sense than he'd expected. He slid them on, for on his right hand, Merlin's ring on his left. Nothing exploded. The ceiling didn't fall in. He looked exactly the same, which felt faintly anticlimactic, and then he thought of Sirius saying claim it like you mean it and realized that the point was never going to be how he looked. The point was what came next. One more thing, Ragnarok said. He produced, from a locked cabinet behind him, a single document. This one was different from the others. The parchment was real parchment, not modern paper, and it was covered in writing so old that Harry could barely parse the letterforms. It was sealed at the bottom with an impression Harry recognized from the founding charter reproduction Hermione had brought, Merlin's own mark. The founding charter, Ragnarok said. The original. It has been held in Gringotts since the founding of the bank. It was entrusted here because, at the time, it was not safe to keep it anywhere else. A pause. That situation has not substantially changed. However, as the active Merlin designate, you are its legal custodian. He slid it across the table. Harry looked at it. Thought about the 4 attempts at repeal. Thought about all the years of Hermione being told, subtly and unsubtle, that her blood made her less. All the years of people like the Weasleys being called blood traitors for the crime of not hating enough. All the years of Voldemort using those laws, those carefully constructed, deliberately maintained laws, as a recruitment tool, a proof of concept, a reason why some people mattered more than others. He picked up the founding charter. When's the next Wisengamot session? He asked. Ragnarok looked at the calendar on his desk. 3 days, he said. July 17th. Harry nodded. Good, he said. That's enough time. Outside, through the stone walls of the bank, Diagon Alley was waking up. Somewhere above them the summer morning was going about its business, shopkeepers opening shutters, witches and wizards starting their day, a world continuing exactly as it had been continuing for years and years without suspecting that in a chamber beneath their feet, the legal weight of 900 years of history had just changed hands. Harry Potter folded the founding charter carefully, tucked it inside his robes, and stood up. Thank you, he said to Ragnarok. The goblin inclined his head. Lord Potter-Black. It was the first time anyone had called him that. Harry walked out of the claiming chamber with his friends at his back and 5 rings on his hands and something in his chest that was not quite pride and not quite grief but was close to both, the particular feeling of a person who has just understood, in full, the weight of what they've been left. He was going to carry it. He was going to use it. 3 days. Chapter 2, 5 seats. 5 seals. The problem with having 3 days to prepare for the most significant legal action in Wizarding Britain's modern history was that 3 days was not very long, and Harry had never actually been to a Wisengamot session. Hermione had. Technically. She'd sat in the gallery during his disciplinary hearing the previous year, which Harry had spent mostly trying not to get expelled and therefore hadn't paid close enough attention to the procedural elements. Neville had been twice as a child, sitting in the public gallery with his grandmother. Augusta Longbottom attended every session without exception, had done for 30 years, and apparently found it unconscionable that her grandson had never witnessed proper wizarding governance in action. She made notes for me afterward, Neville said. They were sitting around the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place, which Harry had claimed as their working base for the next 3 days without asking anyone's permission. The house was still ugly and still had Walburga's portrait behind its curtains. He'd sealed those with a sticking charm so strong it would take a structural hex to undo, but it was space, and it was private, and the wards were black family wards, which meant nobody was getting in uninvited. Margin notes. On official Wisengamot programs. Very small handwriting. Do you still have them? Hermione asked. She kept them. He paused. But I remember most of it. This turned out to be extraordinarily useful, because Neville's memory for things he'd actually witnessed was excellent. He could recall procedure, seating arrangements, the order of motions, the way votes were called and counted, and, most critically, the specific rules governing how a newly seated lord announced their presence and claimed speaking rights for the first time. You have to formally enter the chamber and present your credentials to the clerk, he said, sketching out a rough floor plan on a piece of parchment. The clerk announces your name and titles. Then the chief warlock, which is Dumbledore, has to acknowledge you and confirm your right to be seated. It's usually automatic. It's not supposed to be a choice. Supposed to be, Ron said. Right. Supposed to be. Neville tapped the parchment. But if someone objects, if any sitting member raises a formal challenge to your credentials before the chief warlock acknowledges you, then it goes to a procedural vote. A simple majority. And if the chamber votes to delay the seating, you can be excluded from that session pending review. Harry had been expecting something like this. He'd spent the better part of the night thinking through angles of approach, trying to anticipate what resistance would look like. So Lucius Malfoy objects before I'm acknowledged, the session kicks me out, and I come back next month to try again while his people spend the intervening weeks picking apart the inheritance documents. That would be the play, Neville said. If I were trying to slow you down, that's what I'd do. How do we prevent it? You need to walk in already acknowledged. Hermione looked up from the stack of legal texts she'd been working through since 6 in the morning. She had 3 different color quills going, red for urgent points, blue for cross-references, green for things she wanted to argue about later. If the Chief Warlock has already confirmed your credentials before you enter the chamber, a challenge becomes a challenge against a seated lord rather than an unconfirmed claimant. Completely different legal threshold. They'd need evidence of fraud, not just procedural objection. So I need to talk to Dumbledore before the session. The table went quiet. Harry had not spoken to Dumbledore since his letter. He'd been maintaining the silence deliberately, not out of anger, or not only out of anger, but because he'd understood, with a clarity that had surprised him, that Dumbledore would try to manage this. Would try to shape it into something safer and slower and more controllable. And Harry did not want it to be any of those things. He's going to have opinions, Ron said, with considerable understatement. Probably, Harry said. But the Merlin designation overrides the Chief Warlock's authority on founding charter matters. Legally he can't deny the acknowledgement. He can delay it, he can make it complicated, but he can't block it without violating the charter he's sworn to uphold. He looked at Hermione. Right? Technically correct, Hermione said, in the tone she used when something was technically correct but she had significant reservations about the strategy surrounding it. But Harry, Dumbledore isn't going to be your enemy here. He's going to be a complication, Harry said. I know. That's not the same thing and I'm not treating him like one. He picked up his tea. I'll write to him tonight. I'll be clear about what I'm doing and why. I'll invite him to meet me the morning of the session. He paused. But I'm not asking his permission. I'm informing him of my intentions. Hermione looked at him for a moment. Then she made a note in green. The next 2 days were the most intensive work Harry had ever done that didn't involve immediate mortal peril. Hermione had brought more books. More, somehow, than the original 7, because she'd spent the night between Gringotts and Grimmauld Place apparently conducting a raid on every bookshop in magical London. She'd acquired 3 histories of the Wizengamot, 2 legal commentaries on the founding charter, a deeply dry text called Parliamentary Procedure and Precedent in Wizarding Britain, 6th edition, and a memoir written by a Wizengamot member in the 1840s that turned out to be far more useful than any of the formal histories because the man had been unfiltered and extremely indiscreet. They divided the work. Hermione took procedure and legal precedent. Neville took political mapping, who held which seats, which families voted in blocks, which members were genuinely persuadable versus performing neutrality. Harry took the founding charter itself, which he read 3 times through with the kind of sustained attention he'd never quite managed in school, reading it the way Ragnarok had suggested, not as a historical document, but as a living legal instrument, looking for specific language that he could invoke in the chamber. Ron, who was honest with himself and with others about his relationship with dense legal reading, took on what he called logistics and what everyone else recognized as equally essential work, figuring out how they were actually going to get into the ministry, through whose contacts, without triggering the wrong alarms. His brothers Fred and George had contacts. So did his father, carefully and quietly. Ron spent 2 days on Fleur calls and returned each time looking slightly singed and extremely determined. Dad's going to be there, he reported on the 2nd day. He's not saying anything to Mum yet because she'll, well. You know. But he's going to be in the gallery. And Amelia Bones knows you're coming. Harry looked up from the charter. How? Dad called in a favor. He said, Ron hesitated. He said Amelia's been waiting for something like this for a long time. She's not going to stand in your way. She might actually, He made a gesture that encompassed the idea of run interference without quite committing to it. She needs to make her own choice, Harry said. I'm not going to ask her to take risks for my benefit. Dad said she'd probably say the same thing about you. Harry thought about that. He'd met Amelia Bones, briefly, in the hearing. She'd been one of the few people in that room who'd seemed genuinely interested in the truth. She'd asked good questions. She'd listened to the answers. Fair enough, he said, and went back to the charter. The evening before the session, Harry sat alone in the upstairs study of Grimmauld Place, the room that had been Sirius's when he was a teenager, which was apparent from a drawing pinned behind the door of a motorcycle that a young Sirius had clearly spent considerable time on, and from the faded outlines on the wall where posters had been removed. The rest of the house's oppressive black family aesthetic stopped at this room's threshold. Someone had painted the door blue, badly, at some point, and never gotten around to repainting it. He had the 5 rings on his hands and the founding charter on the desk in front of him, and he was thinking about Sirius. Not in the grief spiral way. He was past that, or past the worst of it. The raw, consuming thing had settled into something more manageable, a permanent ache he was learning to live around the way you learn to live around a badly healed bone. He was thinking about Sirius specifically because Sirius had grown up in this house. Had been sorted Gryffindor instead of Slytherin and been punished for it by his own family. Had spent his childhood navigating a world that sorted people by blood and purity and had known, viscerally and personally, what that sorting cost. Sirius had never been able to change it. He'd spent 12 years in Azkaban and 2 years in hiding, and he died in a ministry atrium before he'd ever gotten the chance to be free in any real sense. Harry looked at the Merlin ring on his left hand. The pale silver stone caught the lamplight and did nothing in particular with it, just held it, still and plain. He thought about what power meant. About the difference between having it and using it. He'd been powerful for years, objectively, powerful enough to survive things that should have killed him multiple times, powerful enough to cast a full corporeal Patronus at 13, powerful enough to hold Voldemort off through nothing but will. But he'd always treated that power as a defensive thing. A last resort. A reaction. This was different. This was choosing to walk into a room and change something on purpose, not because he was reacting to an attack but because the thing needed changing and he was, as of 3 days ago, the person most technically equipped to change it. He wasn't afraid of it. That was what surprised him most. He kept waiting for the fear to arrive, the same shrinking instinct that had always made him want to downplay his abilities, stay small, not attract more attention than he already had. It didn't come. What came instead was something more like clarity. A kind of focused, steady energy that didn't feel like adrenaline or anger or any of the things he'd relied on before. It felt, he thought, like purpose. He heard a knock at the study door. Come in. It was Neville. He was carrying 2 mugs and wearing the expression of someone who had a question they'd been working up to for a while. He set one mug on the desk beside Harry's hand and sat in the only other chair in the room, which was a faded green wingback that looked like it had belonged to someone who'd read very large books in it. You doing all right? Neville asked. Yeah. And it was true, which still surprised him a little. Neville wrapped both hands around his mug and looked at the charter on the desk. Can I ask you something? Go on. Why does the Slytherin seat matter to you? He said it straightforwardly, without any edge to it. I mean, I understand Potter, and Black, and obviously Gryffindor. But Slytherin. He paused. It's going to be the hardest one to defend publicly. People are going to use it to question everything else. Harry had thought about this. He'd thought about it quite a lot, actually. Because if I only claim the seats that are easy to defend, I'm already compromising before I've started. The Slytherin seat is legitimate. I'm a Parselmouth. I carry black blood. I met every requirement the charter sets. If I abandon it because it's politically uncomfortable, I'm proving that my legal argument is really just about convenience. Neville was quiet for a moment. Also, Harry continued, Slytherin's actual founding principles weren't what Voldemort made them. Slytherin valued cunning, ambition, self-preservation, resourcefulness. Those aren't dark things. They're just tools. Same as courage is a tool, and cleverness is a tool. The blood purity obsession came later. It got attached to his name and his house, and it doesn't belong there. He paused. I want to reclaim it. All of it. Not just the parts that are comfortable. Neville looked at him. She'd have liked you, he said. Harry blinked. Who? My mum. He said it quietly. She was Muggle-born. She got into arguments with people 3 times her age about exactly this kind of thing. He looked down at his mug. Gran doesn't talk about her much. The before, I mean. Before what happened. But I found her school journals once, in the attic, and she was really something. Harry didn't say anything for a moment. Then, she still is. Neville looked up. She's still there, Harry said. What happened to her? It was monstrous. But she's still alive. You still have time to know her. Neville held his gaze for a long moment. His jaw worked slightly. Then he nodded once, the same decisive nod from outside the leaky cauldron, and took a long drink of his tea. Right, he said. Yes. Neither of them said anything else for a while, but it was the comfortable kind of nothing, the silence between people who have said the thing that needed saying and don't need to fill the space around it. Dumbledore's response to Harry's letter arrived at 7 in the morning on the 17th. Harry read it over breakfast. The others watched his face. He'll meet me, Harry said. At 8:15, outside the Wizengamot chambers. He's not happy, but he's meeting me. He set the letter down. He says he wants to discuss the broader implications before anything is made irreversible. That's Dumbledore 4, please slow down, Ron said. I know. Harry finished his toast. It's also Dumbledore 4, I've thought about this overnight and I'm going to try to find a way to accommodate it on my terms rather than yours. He stood up. Which is why I'm going to be honest with him and not give him time to redirect. He was wearing robes he hadn't worn before, the formal ones that had come with the Gringotts documentation, dark green edged in a subtle gold that he'd initially thought was too much and had then reconsidered on the grounds that today was specifically a day for not being too little. He had the rings. He had the founding charter in a sealed case that Hermione had spelled for preservation and protection. He had his wand, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, flexible, in his right sleeve where his hand could find it without thinking. Hermione came down wearing her own formal robes, deep blue, precise, and carrying a folder that contained what she called her operational notes and what Ron was calling her tactical tome, which had grown to 38 pages overnight. You don't have to come into the chamber with me, Harry said. I know, Hermione said, in a tone that indicated she was aware of this and had found it an entirely irrelevant consideration. The gallery is public, Neville said. We'll be there. Gran's already in her seat, she fled an hour ago. She sent a message through Dad. He caught Harry's expression. She said, and I'm quoting, "Tell Mr. Potter not to waste the moment." Harry almost smiled. I like your grandmother. She's terrifying, Neville said, but yes. Ron was pulling on his cloak. Fred and George are in the corridor outside the gallery. They said they're there for emotional support. That might actually mean they've got something planned for if things go badly. Tell them not to, Harry said. Right, Ron said, in the tone he used when he was planning to do no such thing. The Ministry of Magic was different at 8 in the morning than at any other hour Harry had visited it. The atrium fountain caught the glow of the illuminated ceiling and threw light in shifting patterns across the floor. The golden statues had been replaced, the old ones, the wizard towering over the creatures at his feet, had been in ruins after the battle last year, with a new design that showed 4 figures of different species standing at equal height around a central plinth. Harry didn't know who'd commissioned it. He wished he could shake their hand. Dumbledore was outside the Wisengamot chambers when Harry arrived. He was wearing purple robes and his half-moon glasses, and he looked, Harry thought, simultaneously very old and very alert, like a machine that was aging on the outside but running at full capacity within. His expression when he saw Harry's formal robes, and then the rings, cycled through several things very quickly before settling into something composed. "Harry," he said warmly. "Professor." Harry met his eyes without any of the old flinching habit. "Thank you for meeting me." They stepped to one side of the corridor. Around them ministry employees moved past, most of them not looking, a few of them looking a great deal, because Harry Potter in formal wizarding robes with 5 family rings was not an ordinary sight. "I want to be direct with you," Harry said, before Dumbledore could build momentum. "I know you're going to ask me to wait. Or to let you handle the introduction. Or to consider the political climate before making moves that might, Harry, I'm not going to wait." He kept his tone even. Not confrontational. Just certain. "I'm not angry with you. I understand why you didn't tell me about the inheritance, some of it, at least. But I'm not going to let that understanding slow this down. The blood laws are wrong. They were wrongly made and they've done decades of damage and I have the legal authority to challenge them. Today." Dumbledore was quiet. His expression was complicated, not angry, not cold, but something Harry recognized as genuine conflict. The struggle between the instinct to protect and the recognition that protection had its own costs. The political fallout from a direct challenge, he began. "Will be significant," Harry said. "I know. I've thought about it. It's still worth doing." He paused. "With respect, Professor, the reason every previous attempt at repeal failed is because it was attempted in a system built to resist it, by people who were playing by the system's rules. I'm not playing by those rules today. I'm invoking the rules that come before those rules." A long silence. Dumbledore looked at him. Really looked at him, the kind of look that felt like it went several layers deep, and Harry didn't look away from it. He had nothing to hide and he knew it. "The Merlin designation," Dumbledore said softly. "You passed the resonance test." "Yes. I had wondered. In the early part of your life, there were indicators." He stopped. Shook his head. "I should not be surprised. You are very much your mother's son in some ways, Harry, as well as your father's. Lily understood, more than anyone I've ever met, that certain things must simply be done." Harry held very still. Dumbledore looked, for just a moment, like a very old man who was tired. "I will acknowledge your credentials," he said. "All 5 seats. Without challenge." A pause. "I will also remain in my chair as Chief Warlock and not use my authority to obstruct the motion, once it is made. That's all I'm asking." "It is not a small thing," Dumbledore said. "There are people in that room who will see my neutrality as betrayal. And some who will see it as courage," Harry said. Something flickered in the old wizard's eyes. He inclined his head. "One thing," Dumbledore said, as Harry moved toward the chamber doors. "Lucius Malfoy has 3 votes he controls through proxies. He has prepared for opposition. He will not be passive." "Good," Harry said. "I was hoping he'd have something to say." The Wisengamot chamber was older than the ministry building that surrounded it. That was the first thing Harry noticed as he came through the double doors, the sense of walking into something that had been here longer than everything encasing it, like a fossil inside a newer rock. The walls were dark stone. The seating rose in 3 tiers around a central well where the accused would stand during trials. The lighting came from floating lights that moved at the pace of suspended thought, slow and considered. It was maybe a third full. The session was publicly listed as routine business, which Harry had been counting on. Fewer bodies in the room meant less mass reaction to manage in the early minutes, and the people who were here were precisely the ones who mattered. The Wisengamot's full membership was 50 members, but the quorum for legislative business was 30. He counted as he walked down the center aisle. 32 seated. Plus 3 who came in behind him, including Arthur Weasley, who gave his son a quick, tight nod from 3 rows up without looking at Harry directly. Lucius Malfoy was in the 3rd tier, which was where the most senior seats were. He was wearing robes so white they looked expensive by their absence of color, and his face was perfectly composed. He watched Harry's entrance with the specific attention of a man who had been expecting exactly this and had spent significant time preparing for it. His eyes moved, very briefly, very deliberately, to the rings. Harry watched him recognize all 5. Something changed in Lucius Malfoy's face. It was not fear. It was recalibration, the expression of a chess player who has just had their queen taken in a move they didn't see and is now, with genuine tactical intelligence, figuring out what the board looks like from this new position. Harry walked to the clerk's table. The clerk was a small wizard with ink-stained fingers and an expression that suggested routine business was the only business he'd ever wanted. Harry handed him the documentation. The clerk looked at it. Looked at the rings. Looked at Harry. Then he looked at the documentation again with the specific intensity of a man who was very sure he was going to find an error and needed it to hurry up and appear. It didn't. He rose. "The Wisengamot will please note," the clerk said, in the carrying voice that filled the curved chamber, "the formal entry and credential presentation of," he paused. Cleared his throat. "Lord Harry James Potter-Black, of the noble and most ancient house of Black, the noble house of Potter, the noble and foundational house of Gryffindor, the noble and foundational house of Slytherin, and," another pause. Longer. "Merlin designate of the ancestral foundational seat." The silence that followed was of a quality Harry had never quite experienced before. It was not the silence of shock had sound, the sharp intake, the murmur. This was the silence of approximately 30 people simultaneously processing something that did not fit into any category they had prepared. Then it broke in about 4 directions at once. "That is impossible, the Merlin seat has been sealed for 900, who validated these credentials, I demand to see." Harry stood in the center aisle and let the noise happen around him. He was not looking at the people objecting. He was looking at Lucius Malfoy, who was not objecting. Who was sitting perfectly still and thinking. Dumbledore's voice, from the chief warlock's chair at the head of the chamber, cut through everything else the way a bell cuts through a crowd. "The credentials have been validated by Ragnarok of Gringotts under full-blood truth seal." He spoke with the unhurried authority of someone who had been controlling rooms for 60 years and found it largely effortless. "The Gringotts blood truth seal has been accepted as credential verification by this body since 1342. I am aware of no objection to that precedent." He looked around the chamber. "Is there such an objection?" Silence. "Then Lord Potter-Black is acknowledged as seated." All 5 designations. He looked at Harry. "Lord Potter-Black, please take your seats." The seats were in the 2nd tier, 5 of them, positioned in a section that had been empty for as long as anyone currently in the chamber could remember. Harry walked to them. He took the center one, because the center felt right, and he sat down. He looked out at the chamber. At the assembled faces, which ranged from genuine welcome through various shades of calculation to outright hostility. At Lucius Malfoy, whose recalibration was now complete and who was watching Harry with an expression of polished interest that gave away almost nothing but the fact that he was very, very good at this. Harry felt completely calm. "Before we proceed to the scheduled agenda," Dumbledore said, with only the slightest emphasis on before, "Lord Potter-Black, do you have business to bring before this body?" Harry rose. In his left hand he had the founding charter case. He set it on the ledge in front of him and opened it, and even across the chamber the age of the document was visible, the quality of it, the undeniable there-ness of something genuinely, irrevocably old. "I do," he said. His voice carried without him trying to project it. The chamber's acoustics were designed for this, for a single voice to fill the space. He'd spoken in front of crowds before, in front of Voldemort, in circumstances where every word carried immediate life or death weight. This felt different but not harder. It felt, if anything, cleaner. I bring before this body the foundational charter of Wizarding Britain, authored and sealed by Merlin, held in authenticated custody at Gringotts Bank since the bank's founding. He lifted it so the chamber could see the seal. I invoke my authority as Merlin designate under Section 7 of this charter, which states, and I'll quote directly, "No law of this body shall stand which divides magical persons by circumstance of birth, for magic itself knows no such division, and laws that claim otherwise do violence both to persons and to magic itself." He set the charter down. The blood laws of 1793 through 1797, 32 statutes in total, including the Purity Classification Act, the Muggle-born Inheritance Restriction Act, the family lineage requirements for ministry employment, and all subsidiary legislation, are in direct and complete violation of this foundational principle. He looked around the chamber. As Merlin designate, I am declaring them null. The chamber erupted. Harry sat back down and let it erupt. He'd expected this. He'd planned for it. And somewhere in the gallery above him, he was fairly certain Hermione was already cross-referencing his exact phrasing against her 38 pages of notes, ready for whatever came next. In the third tier, Lucius Malfoy raised his hand for speaking rights. Harry looked at him. There it is, Harry thought. Let's see what you've got. He leaned forward slightly, settled his weight, and waited. Chapter 3, The Day Britain Held Its Breath. Lucius Malfoy spoke like a man who had rehearsed for exactly this. That was the first thing Harry noticed. The words came out too smoothly, too organized, without the slight hesitation that even experienced speakers showed when genuinely improvising. He'd prepared a response for the scenario where Harry claimed multiple seats and invoked foundational authority. Which meant he'd known this was coming, or known something like it was possible, and had spent time building a counter-argument. Harry filed that away. Lord Potter-Black, Lucius said, with a courtesy so precise it functioned as its own kind of condescension, this chamber recognizes your remarkable inheritance and the obvious sincerity of your intentions. However, sincerity is not a legal standard. He let that land before continuing. The foundational charter you cite predates the statute of secrecy by 2 centuries. It predates the formal establishment of this body. Its legal standing as a governing instrument of this Wizengamot has never been formally tested or affirmed. He turned slightly, addressing the chamber as much as Harry. He was good at this, the pivot that made one person's private argument into a collective concern. What is being proposed here is not a reform. It is the invocation of a document of uncertain legal primacy to annul 32 statutes passed by due process of this body over a period of 8 years. That is not governance. That is, a pause, perfectly calibrated, revolution dressed in legal language. Several members shifted in their seats. Not all of them unfavorably toward Lucius. Harry could see the discomfort in some faces, the genuine unease of people who didn't necessarily support the blood laws but who also deeply, instinctively distrusted disruption. Harry rose before Lucius had fully sat down. Lord Malfoy raises the question of the Charter's legal standing, he said. It's a fair question. Let me answer it. He opened the Charter case again and turned to a specific page he'd marked the night before. The founding charter was incorporated by reference into the Wizengamot's own procedural rules in 1401, during the governance review conducted after the Peasants' Revolt, when this body was formally restructured. The incorporation language, and I'll read it directly, states that the procedural and foundational principles established by Merlin's charter shall govern this body in all matters not otherwise specified by subsequent statute. That incorporation has never been revoked. It is in the current procedural code. Page 47, if anyone would like to verify. He looked at Lucius. The charter's legal standing is not uncertain. It's just been ignored. Those aren't the same thing. Lucius's expression didn't change. The Merlin designation itself has not been independently verified by any authority of this, it was verified by Gringotts under Blood Truth seal. Harry kept his voice level. If Lord Malfoy would like to challenge the reliability of Gringotts' blood truth process, I'd be interested to hear that argument, given that Gringotts uses the same process to verify every vault access, property transfer, and inheritance claim in Wizarding Britain, including, I would imagine, those of the Malfoy estate. A murmur ran around the chamber. Not hostile, something closer to entertainment. Harry caught Amelia Bones, sitting 3 tiers to his left in dark red robes, making a note on her parchment with a small, controlled movement that might have been hiding a smile. Lucius smoothed the front of his robes with one hand. The matter of verification is not my only concern. The practical consequence of nullifying 32 statutes simultaneously would be administrative chaos. Ministry departments have structured their operations around these frameworks for 2 centuries. Employment records, inheritance registries, property designations, which is exactly why, Harry said, the declaration of nullity under foundational charter authority is the correct mechanism rather than individual repeal votes. Because a vote can be reversed. A vote can be delayed. A vote can be pressured and manipulated and run through committee for 5 years until everyone involved has lost interest or died. He let that sit for exactly 1 second. The foundational charter override is immediate and cannot be reversed by a simple majority. It requires a successful challenge to the charter itself, which means demonstrating that Merlin's designation was fraudulently assigned. I invite anyone to attempt that demonstration. He sat down. The chamber was not quiet, exactly, but it had a different quality now than it had 2 minutes ago. The people on the fence, and there were more of them than Lucius probably wanted, Harry could feel the uncertainty in the room, the way you could feel weather changing, were being pulled between procedural anxiety and the simple, obvious, growing recognition that what Harry had just done was legally airtight. Dumbledore had not spoken since acknowledging Harry's seating. He sat in the Chief Warlock's chair with his hands folded, watching, and Harry understood that he was doing something important by not doing anything, that his silence was itself a message to the chamber, a message that said I am not opposing this, and I am the Chief Warlock, and you should factor that into your calculations. The formal debate lasted 2 hours and 40 minutes. Harry had not expected it to be quick. He'd told himself, during the preparation days, that the argument would be long and complicated and would try his patience, and he'd been right about all of those things. What he hadn't anticipated was the shape it would take, not the clean line of opposition he'd imagined, with Lucius on one side and reasoned argument on the other, but something more complicated. A chamber of 32 people with 32 different calculations running simultaneously, each one managing their own interests, their own conscience, their own read of which way history was about to fall. There were genuine supporters. Griselda Marchbanks, ancient, sharp-voiced, who'd examined Dumbledore at his OWLS and apparently found everyone she'd met since then somewhat disappointing, had risen in the second hour and delivered a 6-minute address that was essentially a history of every attempt at reform this chamber had strangled in committee, named names, cited dates, and sat down with the air of a woman who had been waiting to say that for approximately 40 years. There was Augusta Longbottom, who did not speak during the session itself but who sat in her seat in the first tier like a fact, a fixed point, and when votes were called she was going to vote yes and everyone in the room knew it and felt the weight of it. Augusta Longbottom's yes carried decades of credibility. It carried the silent argument of a woman who had watched Voldemort's beliefs translate into action on her own family and had never, not for a single session, stopped showing up to this chamber to push back. There were the complicated ones. Tiberius Ogden, who owned Ogden's Fire Whiskey and had 3 Muggle-born witches on his senior brewing staff and had quietly worked around the employment restrictions for years, looked like he was doing extremely difficult mental arithmetic. He'd built his entire business within the existing system while quietly subverting parts of it. The nullification meant his workarounds became unnecessary, which was good, but it also meant the legal protections he'd built around those arrangements, carefully constructed to exploit gaps in the existing law, would need to be reconstructed from scratch. He was weighing inconvenience against principle and taking his time about it. And there were the ones who were simply afraid. Harry watched them, the members who kept their eyes down during the debate, who didn't speak, who sat with the particular stillness of people waiting to see which way the wind settled before they committed. He didn't judge them. He understood fear. He'd been afraid himself, continuously, for most of the past 5 years, and fear didn't make people cowards, it made them careful, and sometimes careful was the right response, and sometimes it wasn't, and the gap between those two things was the whole story of how the blood laws had survived for 2 centuries. What he was watching for, and watching for carefully, was the count. He'd done the math with Neville. Of 32 seated members, he controlled 5 votes directly. Augusta Longbottom was a 6th. Marchbanks was a 7th. Amelia Bones, he wasn't certain, but Ron's assessment of her intentions and his own reading of her body language in the chamber suggested yes. That was 8. He needed 16 for a simple majority if it went to a formal vote, which it would, because the foundational charter declaration was the opening, but Lucius had correctly identified that the chamber could, if it chose, pass a countermotion to refer the question of the charter's primacy to a legal review committee, and if that passed, if the question got buried in a subcommittee for 18 months, the practical effect would be nullification by delay. He needed to keep it from going to committee. That meant he needed the majority before Lucius could force the referral vote. He counted and recounted and came up with something between 14 and 18 possible yes votes, with 4 or 5 members genuinely undecided and 2 who could go either way depending on how the emotional temperature of the room shifted. Which meant it was going to be close. At the 1 hour 40 mark, something changed. It was Lucius who changed it, which Harry supposed he should have expected. During a procedural recess, 15 minutes for members to stretch their legs, take water, and conduct the rapid whispered conversations that constituted the real negotiation of any political body, Harry remained in his seat and watched Lucius move through the chamber. Not in any obvious way. Lucius Malfoy was too good for obvious. He talked to 3 people in the space of 10 minutes, brief exchanges that looked social and weren't, and by the time the recess ended, 2 members who'd been in the undecided column had shifted slightly, not to outright opposition, but to a particular flavor of uncertainty that Harry recognized as someone has just made me an offer I'm considering. Lucius had leverage over people. Not just political leverage, but personal leverage, the kind that accumulated over decades of being wealthy and powerful and strategically generous. He knew where the bodies were buried, metaphorically and possibly otherwise. He was calling in debts. Harry leaned slightly toward the empty seat beside him, where he'd placed Hermione's operational folder. He had 4 names on a page at the back of that folder. People Neville had flagged as Malfoy adjacent but not Malfoy committed, people who might be movable if approached with the right argument. He'd hoped not to need to use them directly during the session, he'd hoped the legal argument would be sufficient. It was clear the legal argument was not going to be sufficient on its own. He stood up as the session reconvened. Before we continue the formal debate, he said, I'd like to address something that I think is the real question in this room. Not the legal one, the legal argument is, I believe, settled. What I'm hearing in the debate is a different concern, and I want to speak to it directly. He had the room's attention. Even the people who were hostile to him were listening, because whatever else they thought of him, they were not going to not listen to someone who had just claimed 5 seats and invoked a 900-year-old founding charter before 9 o'clock in the morning. The concern, he said, is transition. What happens to the systems that have been built on these laws when the laws go away? What happens to the ministry departments, the registry offices, the employment frameworks that have been operating under these classifications for 200 years? He looked around the chamber. It's a legitimate concern. I want to acknowledge that. He saw Tiberius Ogden look up. I'm not proposing to remove every administrative structure overnight. What the Foundational Declaration does is remove the legal basis for discrimination, it doesn't dissolve every office and burn down the ministry. What it does is establish, clearly and irrevocably, that Muggle-born witches and wizards have the same rights in this society as pure-blood witches and wizards. That half-blood families cannot be legally excluded from inheritance or employment. That the classification system itself has no legal force. He paused. The practical transition, the restructuring of administrative processes that need to change, that is work this body can do over the next year. I'm happy to propose a transitional committee. I'm happy to participate in that work. But I'm not going to let the difficulty of transition be used as an argument for keeping laws that are wrong. Silence. I'm also not, he continued, and now his voice changed just slightly, not harder, but more specific, more pointed, going to pretend that the concern about transition is the only thing driving the opposition in this room. There are people in this chamber whose families have benefited, directly and materially, from a 2-century-old legal structure designed to concentrate wealth and power in a particular set of hands. That's also a legitimate thing to name. And to those people I'll say this: the laws have been wrong since they were written, which means the benefits extracted under them have been extracted unjustly. What I'm asking this chamber to do today is not to reverse 2 centuries of history. It's to stop adding to the debt. He sat down. The silence lasted about 4 seconds, which in a legislative chamber was a long time. Then Amelia Bones rose. She stood with the particular posture of someone who was used to rooms paying attention to her and found it neither uncomfortable nor intoxicating, a working relationship with authority, purely practical. She was a broad-shouldered woman with close-cut gray hair and reading glasses on a chain around her neck, and she looked like someone who kept very careful records and was never, ever surprised twice by the same thing. I serve as head of magical law enforcement, she said, which means these laws have crossed my desk in enforcement context more times than I can count. I want to speak to the practical argument Lord Potter-Black has made, because I believe it deserves specificity. She opened the notebook she'd been keeping throughout the session. In the last 5 years alone, my department has been asked to enforce blood law statutes in 47 cases. Of those 47, my own legal advisors flagged 31 as constitutionally questionable under foundational charter principles, before today. We were told to enforce them anyway. She closed the notebook. I am voting yes. She sat down. 3 things happened in rapid succession. The first was that 2 of the undecided members who'd been watching Amelia Bones all session made their decisions. Harry could see it, the small, physical settling that happened when internal calculation resolved into choice. The second was that Lucius Malfoy rose for speaking rights again, and his expression had finally moved from polished interest to something Harry recognized as genuine anger held under very tight control. The third was that Harry's count hit 17. The head of magical law enforcement, Lucia said, has just confirmed that her department has been operating under legal advice that questioned these statutes for years without bringing that question to this body. That is itself a significant procedural failure that deserves scrutiny before we take any irreversible action. Scrutiny is appropriate, Amelia said, without standing up. I'd welcome it. The relevant question is who told my department to continue enforcement regardless. She said it lightly, factually, the way you'd note a weather condition. Lucius's jaw moved. The question of who has been directing ministry departments to enforce legally questionable statutes, Harry said, standing again, is one I intend to explore fully. But it's a separate question from the one before us today, and I won't allow it to be conflated. The question today is whether these laws stand. The answer is no, they don't, and I've provided the legal basis for that answer. If Lord Malfoy has a substantive counterargument I haven't addressed, I'm listening. Lucius looked at him across the chamber. The look lasted perhaps 3 seconds. Harry held it without any particular effort. He wasn't performing composure, he was actually composed, and the difference was visible if you knew what to look for. Then Lucius Malfoy did something Harry hadn't expected. He smiled. It was a thin, cold, precisely controlled smile, the kind that said this particular engagement is over and the next one will be on different ground, and it was the most honest thing Harry had seen him do all session. I move, Lucius said, to refer the question of the founding charter's applicability to a special legal review committee to report in no fewer than 60 days. There it was. The committee motion. The burial mechanism. Harry had been waiting for it. He rose immediately. I second the motion. Every head in the room turned. Including Lucius's. You second it, Lucius said carefully. I second it, Harry confirmed. And I'd like to amend it, if the chamber will allow. I propose that the committee report in 7 days rather than 60, that its membership include representatives from Gringotts as the validating authority for the Blood Truth Seal, and that the Foundational Charter Declaration remain in provisional effect during the review period. The procedural move was Hermione's. He knew that. She'd seen the committee motion coming from 30 pages away and had designed this counter 3 nights ago in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, explaining it to Harry while he ate toast, and she drew procedural flowcharts on the back of takeaway bags. If he tries the committee delay, you don't fight it, you accept it and make it work for you. 7 days is long enough to look serious and short enough that nothing can be buried. And provisional effect means the nullification is functionally in force while the review happens, which means anyone trying to enforce blood laws during that period is acting on legally provisional authority. He heard Lucius's breath shift from 3 tiers above him. An amendment requires a vote, Dumbledore said from the Chief Warlock's chair. Precisely, neutrally. Then I call for it, Harry said. The amendment vote was 19 to 13. The amended motion, committee review in 7 days, Gringotts representation, provisional nullification during review, passed. Which meant, as of this moment, the blood laws were provisionally null. Not permanently. Not irrevocably. The committee could theoretically come back in 7 days with a finding that the charter's primacy was uncertain, at which point the question went back to a full chamber vote. But the provisional status was real. Today, right now, a Muggleborn witch could walk into any ministry department and the legal foundation of her exclusion had been suspended. Harry sat back in his seat. He was aware, in a low-level way, that he'd just done something significant. The awareness was there, present, but it wasn't loud. It felt less like triumph and more like the satisfying click of a key turning in a lock, the thing working as it was supposed to work, the mechanism engaging. He looked at his hands, at the 5 rings, and thought of Sirius. Then he looked up, because Lucius Malfoy was leaving the chamber, unhurried and precise, and as he passed through the door he glanced back, just once, just briefly, and the look he gave Harry was not anger. It was assessment. He's not done, Harry thought. He's going to go figure out the next move. He filed that thought on the shelf in his mind, behind the anger he still wasn't letting himself feel. The session ended 20 minutes later, on what the clerk recorded as a procedural recess pending committee formation. Harry was on his way out of the chamber when Amelia Bones fell into step beside him. She was 2 inches shorter than him and moved like someone who'd spent decades being one of the most capable people in whatever room she was in and had long since stopped needing to announce it. Lord Potter-Black, she said. Miss Bones. Amelia. She said it like a correction she'd had to make often. I want you to know that my department's legal advisors will cooperate fully with the committee. I have documentation going back 9 years of enforcement cases where the blood laws were applied in ways that my office flagged internally as problematic. A pause. It was never acted on because it was never in anyone's interest to act on it. Until today. I appreciate that, Harry said. I'm also going to tell you something you may not want to hear. She kept her voice low, not quite private but not projecting. What you did in there was legally sound and politically significant. But Lucius Malfoy has resources you haven't fully accounted for. Not just political resources. He has access to laws, loopholes, and individuals that exist outside this chamber's visibility. He's been building systems for 30 years specifically to survive scenarios like the one you just created. What kind of systems? The kind I've been trying to get clearance to investigate for 3 of those years. She glanced sideways at him. I'd like your support, formal, official, on House Potter-Black and Merlin designation letterhead, for a full audit of Malfoy family influence over ministry departments. It's a request I've had blocked 4 times. With your formal backing, it can't be blocked on procedural grounds. Harry thought about it for perhaps half a second. Done. Have the paperwork sent to Gringotts by end of week and I'll sign it. She nodded once. Not grateful, exactly, it was more professional than that, the acknowledgement of a deal made between equals. One more thing. Go on. Your friend in the gallery. She glanced up toward where the public gallery had been. The young woman with the notes. Is she a solicitor? She's 17, Harry said. She's the best researcher I've ever met. Amelia Bones looked at him steadily. When she finishes school, tell her to come and see me. She turned and walked away. The gallery stairs brought Harry out into a side corridor where Ron was already waiting, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and the expression of a man who'd been watching something intense happen through glass and had strong feelings about it. He straightened when he saw Harry. 17 to 13, Harry said. Amendment passed. The session's adjourned pending committee. Ron let out a breath that had clearly been held for some time. Right. He ran a hand through his hair. Right, okay. So it worked. Provisionally. Still. He pushed off the wall. Bloody hell, Harry. Harry almost smiled. Coming from Ron, those 3 words encompassed an entire range of emotional response that would have taken anyone else a paragraph. Neville and Hermione? Harry asked. Coming down. Hermione's, Ron paused. She was taking notes during the whole thing. I think she was writing a brief in real time. That tracks. They were coming down the corridor, Neville first, then Hermione with her folder clutched to her chest, then Luna Lovegood, which was unexpected, because Harry hadn't known Luna was there. She'd apparently arrived in the gallery an hour into the session, which meant she'd come on her own, without being told, and had simply sat down and watched. Hello, Harry, Luna said brightly. Luna. I didn't know you were coming. Neither did I, until this morning. She said this as though it were entirely normal. I thought you might need a witness. Not a legal one. Just someone who was paying attention to the parts between the words. Harry looked at her. Luna was always looking at the things other people missed, and usually she was right about what she found there. What did you notice? Lucius Malfoy was more afraid than he appeared, she said simply. People who are only calculating don't grip their own wrist under the desk. He did that 3 times during your foundational charter argument. She tilted her head. He believes in the blood laws. Not just as a tool, he actually believes them. Which means what you did today wasn't just a political defeat for him. It was something more personal. Harry thought about that. That makes him more dangerous, Neville said quietly. Yes, Luna agreed, in a tone that found this interesting rather than alarming. Usually does. Hermione had finally stopped moving through her notes. She looked up at Harry with bright eyes and a slightly wild expression that meant she'd been running on focused adrenaline for 3 hours and it was beginning to ebb. You used the incorporation language from 1401, she said. That wasn't in my notes. No, Harry said. I found it in Ragnarok's supplementary documents. Page 12, footnote 3. She stared at him. You read the footnotes. I read everything. Harry. She said his name in a tone that was almost accusatory. You read everything. I know. He took her folder from her hands before she could drop it, because she was beginning to look like someone who needed to sit down. You've been awake for 22 hours. There's a cafe in the atrium. Come on. The committee, she started. We'll still need work in an hour. He started walking. Cafe first. She followed, still making notes. The Atrium Cafe was not fancy. It was the kind of place that existed in institutions everywhere, a small counter serving strong tea and packaged sandwiches and single muffins under glass domes. At 10:30 in the morning on a Tuesday it was nearly empty. They took a table in the corner. Harry ordered for everyone because he was the first to the counter and because Hermione and Neville both had the glazed look of people whose brains were still running hard on specific tracks and couldn't spare the attention for food choices. Nobody said anything substantial for the first few minutes. They just breathed. Ate. Let the morning settle. Harry sat with his tea and his thoughts. He was turning something over. A specific detail that had been in the back of his mind since the session ended, picking up weight the way important details did when you hadn't quite understood them yet. Lucius knew, Harry said eventually. Not to anyone specifically. Neville looked up. Knew what? That I was coming. He'd prepared. He had a counter-argument that was too organized to be improvised. He'd thought through the foundational charter angle, the Merlin designation challenge, the committee motion. Harry turned his mug in his hands. He knew enough to prepare, which means he either has a source inside Gringotts, or he had someone watching for my name to appear on the Wisengamot's pre-session documentation. Pre-session documentation? Hermione asked. The clerk sends a preliminary members list to all sitting members before a session. Neville nodded slowly. It would have had Harry's name on it as a newly seated lord. But not the details of what he was planning to bring forward. So either someone told him more, or he guessed from the inheritance news alone what the logical move would be, Harry finished. Which means he understands the charter argument well enough to have anticipated it. Hermione set down her muffin. Her expression was the one she got when a data point didn't fit her model and needed to be reconsidered. If he understands the charter argument that well, he's had legal counsel examining this territory. Possibly for years. Why would he have done that? Ron asked. Because, Harry said, someone with Malfoy's political position would want to know in advance if a foundational charter challenge was possible. He'd want to know if there was a legal mechanism that could dismantle the system he's built. He'd want to know that so he could build defenses against it. He looked at Hermione. Which means somewhere in his legal files there are documents analyzing exactly the vulnerabilities I just exploited today. And possible counter-strategies we haven't seen yet, Hermione said. Right. The table went quiet again, but it was a working quiet this time. Luna was eating her sandwich peacefully and looking at the atrium fountain. The committee review is the next 7 days, she said without looking away from the fountain. He'll use them. I know, Harry said. What will you do? Harry looked at the rings on his hands. At the Merlin ring, plain and silver and simply there. At the Slytherin ring, green as deep water. The committee review needs to be genuine, he said. Airtight. The legal argument has to be so well documented and so clearly grounded that a challenge to the Charter's primacy becomes obviously bad faith. Which means the next 7 days are about making sure that happens. He looked at Hermione. I'm going to need you. Obviously, she said. And Neville. His grandmother knows the Wisengamot better than anyone. She'll help, Neville said, with the certainty of someone who'd seen Augusta Longbottom decide to do something and watched the results. Ron. Harry looked at him. Your dad. I need to know who else voted yes today and whether their yes is solid or whether Malfoy can get to them before the committee reports. Ron nodded, already thinking. I'll call him tonight. Luna. He looked at her last. She turned from the fountain, unhurried. What you said about Lucius. That he believes it, not just uses it. He paused. I want you to think about that. About what he might be willing to do that someone purely tactical wouldn't. Luna considered this with her characteristic gravity, the way she considered everything, fully and without the social pressure to hurry up and answer. Someone who believes in a cause rather than just benefiting from it, she said finally, doesn't give up when they lose a battle. They escalate. She looked at Harry. He won't stop at legal maneuvers. No, Harry agreed. He won't. Outside the cafe windows, the ministry atrium was going about its ordinary day. Witches and wizards crossing the marble floor, in and out of fireplaces, checking the board of Daily Prophet headlines that ran in a ticker along the wall. The headline was already updating. He could read it from here. Potter claims 5 lordships in extraordinary Wisengamot session, blood laws and provisional suspension, ministry in uproar. Harry read it once and then looked away. The day was still going. The work was still ahead. And somewhere in his chest, steady as a heartbeat, the Merlin ring was warm against his finger. 7 days. He picked up his tea and drank it, and began to plan. Chapter 4, Fire in the Old Halls. The prophet ran 6 stories about Harry over the next 2 days. 3 of them were positive, or positive adjacent, the kind of breathless, slightly feverish reporting that the prophet did when it couldn't decide whether to celebrate something or catastrophize it, and so tried to do both simultaneously. The other 3 were not positive. One questioned the validity of the Merlin designation in language that suggested the writer had been given very specific talking points. One ran anonymous quotes from unnamed Gringotts members expressing concern about the precedent of a 16-year-old. The paper kept emphasizing the age, as though youth were inherently disqualifying, making unilateral foundational law determinations. The third was a full-page opinion piece by a writer Harry had never heard of, arguing that the blood laws were not discriminatory but rather a form of cultural preservation, that magical traditions developed over centuries deserved protection from rapid change, and that Lord Potter-Black, however sincere his intentions, was acting from emotional impulse rather than sound governance. Harry read that one twice. Not because it convinced him of anything, but because it was well written and specifically targeted. It was designed to appeal to the genuinely uncertain middle, not the hardline opposition. Whoever had placed it knew their audience. Lucius, Hermione said, reading over his shoulder at the grim old place kitchen table. Or someone working for him. Harry folded the paper and set it aside. Either way, it's the argument he couldn't make in the chamber because it would have sounded too nakedly ideological. So he's making it in print instead. What do we do about it? Nothing directly. He reached for his tea. If I respond to every piece of bad faith press, I'm fighting on their ground. The committee work is the response. When Ragnarok's team presents the legal documentation in 7 days and it's comprehensive and unimpeachable, the opinion piece becomes irrelevant. Hermione made a noise that indicated partial agreement. The committee work is the response to the legal argument. But public opinion isn't a legal argument. People who believe the blood laws are cultural preservation aren't going to be persuaded by the incorporation language from 1401. I know, Harry said. That's a longer fight. Today's fight is the committee. She looked at him for a moment. You're more patient than you used to be. I'm more tired than I used to be, he said honestly. It makes you think about where to spend energy. She held his gaze a beat too long, the way Hermione sometimes did when she was filing something away for a later conversation he hadn't agreed to have yet. Then she turned back to her notes. The committee met on the morning of the 3rd day in a conference room on the 4th floor of the ministry that smelled of old carpet and bureaucratic inertia. Harry had expected something formal and structured. What he found was a room containing 8 people around a table, 6 of whom looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. The committee members were, Griselda Marchbanks, who was the chair by seniority and wore that fact-like comfortable old clothing. Tiberius Ogden, who'd voted yes in the session and now looked like someone who'd committed to a decision and was ready to defend it but still hadn't quite processed the pace of events. A ministry legal advisor named Barnabas Cuff, no relation to the Prophet's editor, who was the kind of civil servant whose entire professional identity resided in procedural correctness and who seemed physically uncomfortable whenever anything happened quickly. 2 goblins from Gringotts representing the blood truth authentication, small and formal and communicating nothing beyond professional competence. And then, representing what the clerk's documentation euphemistically called a range of chamber perspectives, 2 members Harry had not expected, Dolores Umbridge and Cornelius Fudge. Harry looked at both of them when he sat down and felt nothing in particular, which surprised him slightly. He'd spent months hating Umbridge with a specific, burning intensity, the kind of hatred that came from genuine personal harm, from a quill that cut words into his hand, from a woman who'd enjoyed it. And he'd spent years being frustrated by Fudge's particular blend of cowardice and willful blindness. But they were here, in official capacity, representing a procedural interest. Umbridge looked like she'd been sucking on something sour since 1987. Fudge looked like a man who had lost a great deal of confidence recently and hadn't yet decided who to blame. Harry acknowledged them both with the same brief nod he gave everyone else at the table and opened his portfolio. The committee's mandate, Marchbanks said, cutting straight to it in the manner of someone who hadn't gotten this old by wasting time, is to determine whether the foundational charter of Merlin has legal primacy over the statutes passed by this Wisengamot between 1789 and 1797, and to report to the full chamber within 7 days. That is the scope. We will not expand it, we will not narrow it, and we will not allow it to become anything other than what it is. She looked at Umbridge. Is that understood by all parties? Umbridge's mouth opened. Understood by all parties, Marchbanks said, as though Umbridge had confirmed this, and moved on. The first session lasted 4 hours. Cuff presented procedural analysis. The Gringotts representatives presented authentication documentation for the Blood Truth Seal. Marchbanks guided everything with the efficiency of someone who had run more meetings than most people had attended and found them neither interesting nor intimidating, just work. Harry watched and spoke when it was useful. He presented the incorporation language from 1401. He answered questions from Cuff with the specificity that came from having spent 3 days reading nothing else. He watched Fudge make notes that seemed increasingly agitated as the evidence accumulated, and Umbridge's interventions were consistently, methodically, politely deflected by Marchbanks before they could gain purchase. At the midpoint break, Harry was getting water from the side table when Fudge appeared beside him. The former minister looked smaller than Harry remembered. Not physically, he was the same fussy, portly, toadish man in the same style of lime green robes. But there was a diminishment about him that hadn't been there even 6 months ago, a quality of a man who had been structurally important for a long time and had recently become not. Lord Potter-Black, Fudge said, in a voice that was trying for dignity and mostly finding something adjacent. Minister. Harry wasn't sure what else to call him. The title was outdated, but removing it felt unkind in a way that served no purpose. I want you to understand, Fudge said quietly, that my position on this committee does not represent personal opposition to the measures you've proposed. He was clearly working very hard to say something and keep it from sounding like what it was, which was an apology too late in arriving to mean what apologies were supposed to mean. There are pressures in government that individuals in certain positions must navigate that are not always, I understand, Harry said. Because he did, actually. He didn't forgive it. Understanding and forgiveness weren't the same thing, and Fudge's cowardice had cost people real harm, but he understood the mechanics of it, the way institutional pressure shaped individual choices until people couldn't quite see anymore where the institution ended and they began. The report, Fudge said. He was getting to something. The committee report. My endorsement, he stopped. Reconfigured. I'm not positioned to be seen opposing the blood law review at this stage. The political calculation has, he stopped again. Has shifted, Harry said. Yes. Harry looked at him. The report is going to be accurate. It's going to reflect the evidence. If the evidence supports the Charter's primacy, which it does, the report will say so. He paused. If you're asking whether your endorsement of that finding has value, the answer is yes. If you're asking me to make the finding more comfortable for you, the answer is no. Fudge absorbed that. He looked, briefly, like someone who had expected something different and was not sure whether to be relieved or embarrassed by what he'd gotten. Then he nodded once and went back to his seat. On the 5th day, the committee received a formal submission from Malfoy's legal representatives. It was 43 pages long and had clearly been written by people who were very good at their jobs. Harry read every page that evening, taking notes, and then passed it to Hermione, who read it in half the time and made twice as many notes, and they sat across from each other at the kitchen table until 2 in the morning taking it apart. The argument had 3 prongs. The first challenged the chain of custody of the founding charter, not the document's authenticity, which they apparently knew better than to dispute, but whether Gringotts' custodianship constituted legal preservation under wizarding evidence standards. It was technical and specific, and Cuff was going to find it genuinely concerning, which was probably the point. The second prong was a constitutional argument, that the Merlin designation's override authority, even if valid, extended only to laws that explicitly contradicted the Charter's language, and that the blood laws didn't explicitly state that magical persons were unequal, they merely established categories for administrative purposes. The equality was, in Malfoy's legal team's careful phrasing, implicit rather than articulated, and implicit violations required a different standard of Charter challenge. The third prong was the most sophisticated and the most honest, which made it the most dangerous. It argued that even if everything Harry had done was legally valid, the appropriate remedy was not provisional nullification but a formal vote, that foundational Charter authority did not grant a designate unilateral power to suspend active law without full chamber process, only the right to challenge such law in front of the chamber. Which meant the vote Harry had been trying to avoid was, according to Malfoy's legal team, still required. Harry read that section 3 times. The custody argument is answerable, Hermione said. She had 3 quills going at once, which should have been physically impossible but wasn't when Hermione was focused. Gringotts' evidentiary standing has been accepted in 47 prior legal proceedings. I can cite all of them. The implicit versus articulated argument. Also answerable, but it's going to take more work. We need to show that the Charter's language was deliberately broad, that Merlin intended it to cover implied inequalities, not just explicit ones. There are annotations in the original document that support that reading. She tapped her quill on the table. It's going to come down to interpretive authority. Who gets to decide what the Charter means? If the answer is the Wisengamot, we're in trouble, because they'll interpret it in whatever way is convenient. If the answer is the Merlin designate, which the Charter says it is, Harry said. Section 12. Yes. She looked up. The third argument is the problem. I know. If they're right, if the override authority requires a vote rather than a declaration, then the provisional status holds during the committee review, but after the committee reports, we go to a full chamber vote. Harry sat back. Which is what I wanted to avoid, because a vote can be lost. 17 to 13 in session isn't a comfortable majority. And Malfoy spent 5 days working on those numbers. Harry turned his mug in his hands. What's the actual answer? Not the political one. The legal one. Does the designate authority require a vote or not? Hermione was quiet for a moment. She was the most honest person he knew, which meant when she wasn't immediately certain, you could trust the uncertainty. The Charter language is ambiguous. Section 7 says the designate can nullify violating laws, that reads as unilateral to me. But Section 9 talks about the designate's role in relation to the chamber, and the language there is cooperative, not override. A good legal argument could go either way. She met his eyes. Which means it probably goes to judicial interpretation, and we don't have a good mechanism for that in Wizarding Britain. Who would decide? In the absence of a formal Wizarding court with constitutional jurisdiction, which we don't have, the default is the Chief Warlock's ruling. They both looked at each other. Dumbledore, Harry said. Yes. He rubbed the back of his neck. I need to talk to him. He went to Hogwarts the next morning. Not through the ministry, not through official channels. He simply appeared at the front gates on the school's grounds, which were empty in summer, and walked up to the castle the way he'd done it hundreds of times, the familiar path worn into the hill, the smell of the lake on his left, the castle rising against a sky that was doing something complicated with clouds. It looked different in summer without students. Quieter, but not diminished. Like a person asleep rather than absent. Dumbledore was in his office. He'd known Harry was coming, because he usually knew things, and the pensieve had been moved to the side table and he had 2 cups of tea ready, which struck Harry as either very thoughtful or very manipulative and possibly both simultaneously. He sat across the desk from the old man and they looked at each other for a moment. You've read the Malfoy submission, Dumbledore said. Yes. And you've come about the interpretive authority question. Yes. Harry didn't ask how he knew. It didn't matter. Section 7 versus Section 9. If it goes to a full chamber vote, we could lose it. I need to know where you stand. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The afternoon light through the office windows caught the silver of his hair and the various instruments on his shelves, and made the whole room look like something between a laboratory and a library. Fawkes was absent from his perch, out flying, probably, the way phoenixes sometimes needed to. Section 7, Dumbledore said, grants the designate nullification authority in clear and unambiguous language. The word used in the original, in Merlin's hand, in the charter, is extinguo. It means extinguish. Not challenge, not refer, not propose. Extinguish. He looked at Harry over his glasses. Section 9 establishes the cooperative relationship between the designate and the chamber for the purpose of constructive reform, the ongoing work of governance. The two sections describe different functions. Section 7 is emergency authority. Section 9 is normal operating procedure. So you believe the declaration stands, Harry said. I believe, Dumbledore said carefully, that Merlin designed the designation precisely for moments when the chamber was unable or unwilling to correct itself. The checks on that authority are the resonance test, which ensures the designate cannot be a self-interested actor, and the requirement for blood truth verification, which ensures the claim is genuine. Both have been satisfied in your case. He paused. The Malfoy legal team's argument about interpretive ambiguity is not without merit as a technical exercise. But it fails at the fundamental level of intent. You cannot argue that a charter designed to prevent legislative injustice requires legislative cooperation to exercise its protective functions. That is self-defeating. Harry let out a slow breath. You'll say that. In the committee. On the record. Dumbledore turned his teacup once, slowly, the way he sometimes did when he was weighing something. Yes, he said. I will say that. Harry looked at him. Why are you helping me? I know you support the outcome in principle. But you've spent years managing things slowly. Carefully. Gradually. This is none of those things. Dumbledore was silent for long enough that Harry thought he might not answer. Then, because I am old enough to have watched the slow approach fail repeatedly. Because I managed things carefully and gradually while Tom Riddle rose to power, and while good people suffered under laws I privately believed were wrong, and while a 16-year-old boy fought battles that should never have been his to fight. He looked at Harry with an expression that contained more honesty than Harry had seen from him before, not the warm, guided honesty of a teacher managing a student, but something rawer than that. I was wrong to give you information slowly. I was wrong to believe I could manage the timing of your understanding to protect you from it. You have handled everything you've been given with more wisdom than I protected you from needing to use. Harry held the old man's gaze. He thought of all the things he might say. The things he'd stored on that shelf in his mind, the anger and the grief and the frustration of years of being protected from what he needed to know. He thought about his parents and Sirius and every decision Dumbledore had made that had intersected with Harry's life, most of them with good intentions, some of them with costs that Harry was still paying. He didn't say any of it. Not because he'd forgiven it, he wasn't sure yet what forgiveness looked like in this particular shape, but because this wasn't the moment for it, and Dumbledore was sitting across from him telling the truth, and that mattered more right now than the history. Okay, Harry said. Thank you. He picked up his tea. They sat in the quiet of the office, and outside the windows the summer grounds went on doing their uncomplicated business, and after a while they talked about the committee strategy, and it was the most honest conversation Harry could remember having in that room. The committee report was submitted on the 6th day, one day early. Marchbanks presented it herself, to the full chamber, in a session that had considerably more members than the original 17. Word had gotten around. 44 of the 50 Wisengamot members were present, including several who'd been absent from the original session, and the gallery was full. Harry spotted Ron and Neville immediately, and beside them, unexpectedly, Percy Weasley in ministry robes, who gave his brother a stiff nod and then very deliberately looked at Harry and gave him the same nod. Harry nodded back, which appeared to mean something to Percy because some of the stiffness went out of his shoulders. Luna was in the back row of the gallery next to a woman Harry didn't recognize until she turned, and then he recognized Andromeda Tonks, Sirius's cousin, Nymphodora's mother, who was a black by birth and had been watching this proceeding with the particular attention of someone with serious personal stakes in the outcome. She caught Harry's eye and held it, and there was something in her face, something too large and too old to name easily, but in the neighborhood of gratitude and grief and fierce, private hope, and Harry held her gaze until she looked away. Hermione was not in the gallery. She was in the corridor outside the chamber with Ragnarok, who had come in person with 3 authentication witnesses, because they had talked through this and decided that having the goblin representative physically present when the report was delivered was both a legal and a practical statement. Marchbanks read the findings. The committee found unanimously that the chain of custody of the founding charter was valid and unimpeachable under all applicable evidentiary standards. The committee found 6-2, Umbridge and 1 other opposing, that the charter's language on magical equality was intended to be broadly construed, encompassing implicit as well as explicit discrimination, and that this interpretation was supported by Merlin's own annotations in the original document. The committee found 5-3 on the question of designate authority, ruling that Section 7 granted unilateral nullification authority and that Section 9 described a separate cooperative function. Dumbledore's statement on this point was read into the record and visibly affected several undecided faces. And the committee found, Marchbanks paused here, just briefly, the pause of someone who understood the weight of what they were about to read, that the provisional nullification of the 32 blood law statutes was legally valid and should be made permanent, pending the full chamber's formal acknowledgement of the committee findings. The acknowledgement vote was the last thing standing between provisional and permanent. Harry sat in his seats and watched the chamber manage the information. 44 people. The math was different now, they'd gained members since the original session, and the committee report had moved some of the undecided column. But Lucius Malfoy had also spent 6 days on his own math, and as Harry watched the chamber settle into its seating, he was doing the count again. Lucius rose before the acknowledgement vote was called. He did not look defeated. He looked exactly as he had on the first day, composed, precise, a man operating at full capacity. Whatever he'd felt in that brief unguarded moment that Luna had noticed, it was back under control. The committee's findings are noted, he said. Before the acknowledgement vote proceeds, I wish to speak to the chamber on a matter of, he paused, personal record. Marchbanks looked at him. 2 minutes, Lord Malfoy. 1 will suffice. He turned to address the chamber, and what came out of his mouth was not what Harry had expected. I have voted with the majority of this chamber for 30 years, he said. On matters of law, of policy, of social structure. I have done so in the belief that what I was supporting was right, not merely convenient, not merely beneficial to my family, but fundamentally right. The legal merit of Lord Potter-Black's challenge was presented to me by my own counsel 6 months ago as a theoretical risk, and I chose not to pursue counter-preparation at that time because I did not believe any wizard of genuine power would use foundational charter authority to dismantle protections I considered. He stopped. A genuine stop, not a rhetorical one. I am going to vote against the acknowledgement today. I want this chamber to know that this vote is a matter of sincere belief, not spite, and not merely political interest. I believe the structure Lord Potter-Black seeks to dismantle served a genuine function in protecting our world. He sat down. The chamber was quiet. Harry rose. I understand that Lord Malfoy is sincere, he said. He kept his voice even, not dismissive, not combative. Sincerity matters. The harm done by the blood laws was not done only by cynics who knew they were wrong. Most of it was done by sincere people who had convinced themselves that sorting human beings by birth was protection rather than prejudice. He looked at Lucius directly. The standard for law in this chamber should not be the sincerity of its architects. It should be its effect on the people it governs. And the effect of these laws, for 200 years, has been to damage, diminish, and in some cases destroy people who did nothing wrong except to be born without the right ancestry. He looked away from Lucius and toward the rest of the chamber. That's what we're voting on today. Not tradition, not principle. Effect. He sat down. The acknowledgement vote was called. Harry watched the hands go up. 26 to 18. The blood laws were permanently null. For a moment the chamber just held it. 26 people who had just voted to change something fundamental and 18 people who'd voted against it, and all of them sitting in the same room with what they'd done, and the particular specific quality of a moment in which history has just turned a corner and everybody present can feel it. Then the chamber erupted. Not violently. Not in the way Harry had half expected. But loudly, in celebration from some, in protest from others, in the overlapping noise of 44 people all having simultaneous strong reactions to the same event. Someone in the gallery shouted something that Harry couldn't quite hear, but that made Ron punch the air. Marchbanks rapped her gavel 3 times in the unhurried way of someone restoring order as a formality rather than a necessity. Harry sat in his seat and felt the weight of it. All of it. The grief under the victory. Sirius would have loved this. His mother would have known every person this law had hurt. His father would have been on his feet, probably, unable to stay seated in the face of something this big. He sat still and let it be what it was. When he looked up, Lucius Malfoy was already gone. He found out where Lucius had gone approximately 40 minutes later, when a ministry owl arrived carrying a parchment sealed with the Malfoy crest. He broke the seal and read it. It was brief. 3 lines. Lord Potter-Black, you have won today's engagement with skill I respect. I want you to understand that today's engagement is not the war. Some things cannot be undone by charter and cannot be acknowledged by vote. We will speak again soon. L. Malfoy. Harry read it twice. Then he folded it and put it in his pocket. He found Neville in the corridor, and Ron, and Luna, and Hermione, who had come from the corridor and was flushed with something between relief and renewed urgency and probably hadn't slept enough in 6 days. He found Andromeda Tonks, who shook his hand with both of hers and said nothing at all, which said everything. He found Arthur Weasley, who stood at the edge of the celebration with the expression of a man who had waited a long time for this and was allowing himself, carefully, to feel it. He found Percy, who said, in a stiff, precise, clearly very carefully considered voice, "Well done, Harry." And then said nothing else. And then, after a moment, added, "The transitional committee work, I'd like to be involved in that, if you'll have," he stopped. "Yes," Harry said. "I'll have you." Percy's jaw worked slightly. He nodded and walked away, and somewhere in his posture was the ghost of a person unstiffening. And then, because they were all still standing in a ministry corridor and the day had not quite ended, Harry's hand went to his pocket and he felt the folded Malfoy note against his fingers. Today's engagement is not the war. He thought about what Luna had said. About someone who believed, rather than merely used. About escalation. He looked at his friends, Ron's grin, Hermione's bright, exhausted eyes, Neville's solid presence, Luna already somewhere else in her thoughts, all of them real and present in here. He'd changed the law today. That was real. The vote had happened and it was real and it mattered in ways that would take years to fully measure. But Lucius Malfoy had walked out of that chamber with a specific look on his face, and Harry had enough experience with what came after specific looks to know that the week ahead was going to require everything today had demanded, plus something more he couldn't yet name. He pocketed the note. "Let's go home," he said. "I need to think." Chapter 5. What the laws were built on. The note from Lucius Malfoy sat on the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place for 2 days before Harry stopped looking at it. Not because it frightened him. Because it was a piece of information with an incomplete shape, and he'd learned from 5 years of half-understood threats that reacting to incomplete information was how you ended up running in the wrong direction. Some things cannot be undone by charter and cannot be acknowledged by vote. It was specific enough to be deliberate and vague enough to be useless, which meant it was designed to occupy his attention, to pull his focus away from the next step while Lucius maneuvered into position. So Harry stopped looking at it and focused on the next step. The next step, as it turned out, was Hermione. She knocked on the study door at 7 in the morning on the second day after the vote, still in her dressing gown, hair loose, carrying a book that was too large to comfortably hold in one hand. She had the expression she got when she'd been awake solving a problem and had arrived at something that felt important and was simultaneously delighted by it and slightly annoyed that she hadn't found it sooner. "I found something," she said. Harry moved aside to let her in. He'd been up for an hour already, sitting with the founding charter, which he'd taken to reading the way some people read the same novel repeatedly, finding new things each time, details that shifted meaning when you knew what you were looking for. She set the book on the desk, face down to hold her page. It was old, properly old, not just aged, with a broken spine that had been repaired several times over several different centuries, if the range of thread colors in the binding was any indication. The title, barely legible on the spine, read Annotations and Commentary, The Merlin Writings, Volume 3. "Where did you get that?" Harry asked. "Black Family Library." She looked slightly guilty and not guilty enough. "I've been going through it since we got back. There are 37 books in there that I don't think anyone's opened since the 1800s. Most of them are the kind of things you'd expect: dark object catalogs, pure-blood genealogy records, extremely aggressive opinions about goblins. But this one," she opened it to her marked page. This one was tucked in the back behind a shelf of genealogy records as though someone had hidden it. And I think someone did. Harry looked at the open page. The text was dense, written in two different hands, the original, formal and precise, and a second hand in the margins, smaller and hurried and clearly the annotator rather than the author. The annotator's notes took up as much space as the original text. "This is a commentary on the founding charter," Hermione said, "written in 1791. She let that date land 2 years into the window when the blood laws were being drafted. The original text is an analysis of the Charter's equality provisions, Section 7, the provisions you invoked. The marginal annotations are from someone responding to the analysis." She pointed to a section near the bottom of the page. "Read that." Harry leaned in. The annotator's hand was cramped and impatient, written fast, the letters leaning forward as though the pen had been in a hurry. "This analysis is correct and that is precisely the problem. The Charter's provision is absolute. Legislation that creates a category of diminished person fails its test entirely, not on technicality but on substance. The current draft statutes will not survive foundational challenge. The only method of insulating them against such challenge is to ensure no eligible designate is ever in a position to invoke Section 7. See correspondence, attached." Harry looked up. "Correspondence attached," he said. "Gone," Hermione said. "Whatever was attached was removed. But look at the next page." He turned it. The next page was a different kind of document, not commentary but what appeared to be meeting minutes, or something like them, headed only with a date, October 17, 1791. The names listed as present were abbreviated to initials, but one of them was not abbreviated at all, apparently by oversight, because it stood out in full, beat black. It was agreed by the assembled parties, the minutes read, that the question of foundational challenge constituted the primary obstacle to the permanent establishment of the proposed statutes. The resonance seal on the designate chamber has been reviewed. It was found that the seal requires periodic renewal by the sitting Gringotts covenant keeper, and that the next renewal was due in 1793. It was further agreed that arrangements would be made to ensure the renewal did not occur, thereby allowing the seal to degrade. A degraded seal cannot validate a resonance test. A resonance test that cannot be validated cannot produce an eligible designate. It was noted that this course of action would require the cooperation of a Gringotts interior official. Harry read it twice. Then he sat back. "They sabotaged the designate chamber," he said. "In 1793, Hermione said. The same year the blood laws were finalized. The seal degraded, Gringotts records, which I asked Ragnarok about this morning." She pulled a letter from inside the book, which she'd apparently written and received while Harry was sleeping, show that the Covenant Keeper responsible for the renewal died in an accident in 1792. The renewal never happened. The seal degraded. The resonance test stopped producing valid results. She looked at him. For the next 233 years, no designate could be confirmed. Which meant the foundational charter's override authority was functionally inaccessible. The blood laws were safe. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Until me, he said. Ragnarok's team think the seal began restoring itself around the time of your birth, Hermione said carefully. Ancient magical seals of that complexity are self-repairing over long enough timescales. The degradation bought roughly 2 centuries. The restoration was slow. Incomplete restoration means no valid results, which is why every claimant between 1793 and now failed the resonance test. But by the time you walked into that chamber, the seal was at about 94% capacity. She paused. He thinks it reached full restoration specifically because you were close enough to trigger the final threshold. Your magical signature completed the seal's repair. He used the words, she checked the letter, the key and the lock repaired each other. Harry turned the Merlin ring on his finger slowly. So Merlin designed the designation knowing it might be suppressed, he said. The self-repair mechanism was built in as a failsafe. That's what Ragnarok believes. He says the engineering of it is, he used the word staggering. 900 years of contingency planning, built into a magical seal. Harry looked at the founding charter, open on the desk beside him. He thought about the kind of mind that would do that. Would write a document designed to protect people, foresee that it might be suppressed, and build in a mechanism to restore itself when the right person came along. Not just powerful, wise, in the specific, careful way of someone who had thought hard about the gap between what was right and what was easy and had chosen to build for the former anyway. He thought about the annotation in the margins of the 1791 text. The only method of insulating them against such challenge is to ensure no eligible designate is ever in a position to invoke Section 7. 230 years of keeping the designate chamber dark. 2 centuries of blood laws maintained not by legal legitimacy but by the deliberate suppression of the one mechanism designed to challenge them. He felt something settle in his chest. Not anger, he had the anger on its shelf, he'd gotten good at that. Something cleaner than anger. The feeling of understanding something completely. Hermione, he said. We need to present this to the committee. The committee's already submitted its report. Not this committee. A different one. A formal inquiry into the 1793 sabotage. He stood up. The blood laws weren't just wrong. They were maintained by fraud. By conspiracy. By the deliberate corruption of a Gringotts official. That changes the legal picture significantly. It moves this from a question of policy disagreement to a question of criminal conspiracy that was sustained for 2 centuries. He picked up the annotated commentary. And the names in those minutes, they're abbreviated, but one of them isn't. B. Black. Which means a member of the Black family was present at the meeting where the sabotage was planned. Hermione was watching him. You realize what that means for the Black inheritance. I know. He'd had that thought already, and set it aside, and now he was picking it back up because it was relevant. The Black family's seat in the Wisengamot was built partly on the suppression of foundational charter authority. Which means I've inherited something that was itself tainted by the crime. He looked at her directly. Which is exactly why I'm the right person to expose it. Because I have no incentive to hide it. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, with the particular measured tone she used when something was making her feel too much to be entirely analytical about it, Harry. Do you understand what this document is? What it actually is? He looked at her. It's proof, she said quietly, that the people who wrote the blood laws knew they were legally invalid from the moment they wrote them. They didn't believe in their own legal system. They just controlled it. She stopped. Every Muggle-born witch or wizard who was denied a job or an inheritance or a seat or an education or basic safety under those laws, it was under laws that their own architects knew were fraudulent. The people who wrote those laws knew they'd be struck down by an honest process. So they destroyed the process. She wasn't crying. Hermione didn't cry easily, or not in the way people assumed she might, not in front of problems she was trying to solve. But her jaw was tight and her eyes were bright and she was holding the words very still. Harry crossed the room and picked up the book. "I know," he said. "We're going to make sure everyone else knows too." They spent the morning in the Black family library, which turned out to be considerably more useful than its outward appearance of organized menace suggested. Kreacher had maintained it with the obsessive care he gave to everything Walburga Black had valued, which meant that documents which should by rights have decayed 2 centuries ago were preserved in near-perfect condition. This was presumably not Kreacher's intent when he polished the shelves, but it was the result. Neville arrived mid-morning with Augusta, who had not been invited but who walked through the front door of Grimmauld Place as though she had a standing appointment, settled herself at the library table, and immediately began pulling books with the focused efficiency of someone who had her own reasons for being here and was not interested in explaining them to anyone. "Gran," Neville said, with the tone of someone who had long since stopped being surprised by his grandmother and was simply acknowledging the fact of her. "The 1791 annotations," Augusta said, to Harry, without preamble. "You found them." Harry looked at her. "You knew about them?" "I knew they existed. I did not know their precise content and I did not know where they were kept." She folded her hands on the table with the precision of someone making a formal statement. "Algy, my brother-in-law, Frank's uncle, spent considerable time before his retirement trying to locate documents that would establish the fraudulent basis of the 1793 legislation. He believed such documents existed. He never found them." She looked at the book. "May I?" Harry slid it toward her. She read for perhaps 5 minutes, and Harry watched her face do something complicated and controlled. She set the book down. "This is sufficient," she said. "Combined with the Charter Incorporation evidence and the Gringotts authentication records, this is more than sufficient to establish criminal conspiracy." She looked at Harry. "Algy would have been very pleased." "Is he?" Harry started. "Alive, yes. 93 and entirely determined to remain so out of spite for a list of people I won't bore you with." The corner of her mouth moved in something that might have been a smile if it had committed to the gesture. "I'll write to him today. He should know." She went back to the books. She and Hermione proceeded to work in a kind of focused parallel that Harry found genuinely impressive, 2 people who had never met before yesterday operating at the same level of intensity on the same task, occasionally handing each other books without speaking, communicating in the shorthand of people who thought in the same gear. Ron arrived at noon with food from the Leaky Cauldron and the information that his father had made 3 calls on Harry's behalf regarding the transitional committee and that Percy had apparently already drafted a 20-page proposal for restructuring ministry employment frameworks, which had been delivered to Arthur Weasley's office that morning with a note attached that simply read for Harry in Percy's extremely tidy handwriting. "He's not great at feelings," Ron said, setting out food, "but he's excellent at paperwork." Which is basically the same thing with Percy. "Tell him thank you," Harry said. "He'll say it's nothing and then be obviously pleased about it for a week." Luna arrived in the early afternoon, having apparently come from somewhere else entirely. She had leaves in her hair and what looked like lake water on her boots and the expression of someone who had spent the morning in productive communion with the outdoors and was ready now for indoor things. She sat next to Neville, looked at the book Augusta and Hermione were working from, and said, without any particular preamble, "You should talk to Draco Malfoy." The library went quiet. Harry looked at her. "He knows things about his father's legal archives that no one else knows," Luna said, with the particular simplicity she brought to things that other people found complicated. "He grew up in that house. He spent his whole life watching his father build and maintain things. And he's been carrying his father's dark mark since last year, which means he's in a position where helping you is the only way he has of being something other than what he was made to be." She tilted her head. "He's not going to come to you. He's too proud and too frightened. But if you go to him, he'll talk. Or he'll hex me, Harry said. He could try, Luna agreed pleasantly. You really think he'd cooperate? Neville asked, with the careful tone of someone who'd spent 6 years being Draco Malfoy's convenient target. I think, Luna said, that he came to school last year not wanting to be what he was about to be asked to be, and there was no one in a position to offer him anything else, so he had no choice. The choice exists now. Harry turned his quill in his hand. He thought about Draco Malfoy. Not the reflexive, habitual version of that thought, the sneer in the corridor, the mudblood in second year, the inquisitorial squad, but the version he'd seen in scattered, unguarded moments. The white-faced boy on the astronomy tower who hadn't been able to do what he'd been sent to do. The boy he'd pulled out of Fiendfire. The Slytherin seat, Harry said slowly. Everyone looked at him. The House of Slytherin's foundational principles. Cunning, ambition, self-preservation, resourcefulness. He set down the quill. Draco Malfoy, right now, has one path to self-preservation. And it runs directly through cooperation with me. He paused. Luna's right. I'll go to him. When? Hermione asked. Tonight. He looked at the pile of documents they'd accumulated over the morning, the annotations, the meeting minutes, the Gringotts correspondence. We have enough to file the conspiracy inquiry without him. But if his father has built counter-strategies into his legal archives, and he has, because Lucius Malfoy thinks about everything, then Draco might be the only person who knows what we're walking into. Malfoy Manor was not as Harry remembered it. He apparat to the gates at 9 in the evening, under a sky that had gone properly dark, the summer stars just beginning to assert themselves above the tree line. The manor itself was lit more than he'd expected, not the blaze of a family in residence but the scattered, uneasy lights of a house containing people who weren't sleeping well. The gates were closed but not warded against him specifically, which meant Lucius wasn't home, or hadn't thought to add Harry's signature to the exclusion wards. Harry touched the gate with 2 fingers and pushed his magical signature through it the way Ragnarok had shown him, a lordship authority test that Gringotts documented as standard practice for properties under disputed estate status. The gate opened. He walked up to the house. Draco answered the door himself, which told Harry immediately that the manor was less staffed than it had been. He was in plain dark robes, no school uniform, no Slytherin green, nothing that announced anything about him. He looked younger than he did at school. He also looked like he hadn't slept in several days and was managing it with the fragile precision of someone holding a lot of things in place through willpower alone. He looked at Harry on his doorstep and his expression cycled through several stages of reaction before settling into something that was not quite hostile and not quite anything else. Potter. Malfoy. Harry met his eyes. Can I come in? A long pause. Draco's gaze moved to the rings, the way everyone's did, the 5 of them catching the manor's exterior lights. Something in his face shifted when he got to the Slytherin ring. My father's not here, he said. I know. How? Because if he were, the gate would have been warded against me and you wouldn't have opened the door yourself. Draco looked at him for another moment. Then he stepped back. The entrance hall of Malfoy Manor felt different from the last time Harry had been here, which had admittedly been under conditions that didn't invite architectural appreciation. It was still grand, still cold in the specific way of old houses that were large enough to resist human warmth, still full of the kind of calculated opulence that announced money without warmth. But several things had been removed, the portraits on the main hall were gone, leaving pale rectangles on the wallpaper. The display case near the stairs that Harry remembered as containing dark objects was empty, and the glass doors were ajar. Cleared out? Harry asked. Things have been moved, Draco said carefully. For safekeeping. Or for removal from inventory before a formal audit. Draco stopped walking. Harry kept walking, past him, to the sitting room at the end of the hall, which had a fire going in 2 chairs and felt like the room someone was actually living in rather than performing wealth. He sat down. After a moment, Draco followed and sat across from him. He sat the way he'd always sat, a deliberate posture, constructed, maintaining form under pressure, but there were cracks in it. Small ones. The hands on the armrests weren't quite still. "Why are you here?" Draco said. "Because I need to know what's in your father's legal archives," Harry said. "And because you're in a position where that information is the most useful thing you have, and I think you know that." "You think I'd betray my father to you?" "I think you'd make a choice about your own future," Harry said. "Whether it involves your father depends on what you decide your future looks like." Draco's jaw worked. "He's not here because he's building something. I don't know what, specifically. He hasn't told me." He said it flatly, not with the old arrogance but with the particular blankness of someone who has run out of performance. "He told me to stay here. He told me to not communicate with anyone from school or from the order. He said the situation required careful management." His eyes, grey and sharp, fixed on Harry. "The day you walked into the Wizengamot, I watched him receive the news here. He sat very still for approximately 10 seconds and then he went to his study and he was there for 4 hours. When he came out, he told me that you had made a significant error in revealing the full extent of your inheritance before securing the practical mechanisms to protect your position." Harry listened. He said, Draco stopped. Started again. He said that legal victories were meaningless if the underlying power structures remained intact. That a law on parchment was only as real as the willingness of the people who held power to enforce it. A pause. "He's right about that, technically. He usually is, about that kind of thing." "I know he's right," Harry said. "That's why I'm here." Draco looked at him. "Your father believes the structural power is on his side," Harry said. "He's spent 30 years building systems, financial, political, social, that he believes are more durable than legislation. He's probably right that those systems still exist. What he hasn't accounted for is that I'm not trying to win against those systems in the way he expects." "What way does he expect?" "Confrontation. Direct opposition. He's waiting for me to come at him with the charter and the Wizengamot and legal process, because those are the tools he understands how to defeat." Harry leaned forward slightly. "What I'm actually doing is building the thing he can't defeat, a comprehensive record. Of the 1793 sabotage of the designate chamber. Of the conspiracy documented in the meeting minutes, including your ancestor's name. Of every mechanism he's used to maintain these laws beyond their legal validity." He met Draco's eyes. "I'm going to establish, on permanent legal record, that the blood laws were fraudulent from the moment of their creation. Which means every action taken in their name, every arrest, every employment denial, every inheritance seizure, every piece of institutional discrimination, was taken under fraudulent authority." The room was very quiet. "That touches your family," Harry said. "It touches your inheritance. It touches things your father has done and things his father did and things that were done before both of them." He paused. "But it also touches the dark mark on your arm." Draco went very still. "Voldemort recruited using the blood laws as ideological justification," Harry continued. "His entire framework was built on the argument that the legal and social structure of Wizarding Britain proved his point about blood. If the legal structure is fraudulent from its foundation, if the blood laws were always illegal, always maintained by conspiracy, then his ideological argument collapses. It was built on a lie." He paused. "The mark was put on your arm in service of an ideology that never had legitimate foundation. That matters. Legally, historically, personally, it matters." Draco's breathing had changed. He was looking at Harry with an expression Harry had never seen on his face before, and it took a moment to identify, because it was unfamiliar on Draco Malfoy, as something like relief. The specific, frightening, reluctant relief of a person who has been holding a weight they didn't choose and has just been told there might be a way to set it down. "What do you want from me?" he asked. His voice was controlled but barely. "Your father's legal files contain analysis of foundational charter vulnerabilities going back at least 6 months," Harry said. They probably also contain documentation of the specific mechanisms he built to maintain his influence over ministry departments, the ones Amelia Bones has been trying to audit for 3 years. I need to know what's in them. He looked at Draco steadily. Not because I'm going to use them to destroy your family. Because I need to know what I'm walking into. Draco was quiet for a long time. Outside the manor windows, the summer dark had deepened, and somewhere in the grounds a nightbird was doing its patient, repetitive work. There's a secondary study, Draco said finally. On the 3rd floor. He keeps it warded. But he used my magical signature as part of the ward construction when I turned 11, he said it was for continuity purposes, in case he was ever incapacitated. He looked at Harry. I've never gone in without him. But you could. Yes. Another silence. He's going to find out, Draco said. Yes, Harry agreed. He will. And what you're suggesting will make me his enemy. Not self-pitying. Just factual. He's already failed you, Harry said quietly. He put a dark mark on your arm and sent you to school to commit murder and watched you break under it and called it loyalty. He kept his voice level, not angry, not performing compassion but meaning it. Whatever he is to you, he has not been what a father should be to a son. That's not my judgment of him. That's the record of what happened. The silence lasted a very long time. Then Draco Malfoy stood up. The 3rd floor study, he said. Come on. The study was smaller than Harry had expected, given the manor's scale, a working room rather than a display room, lined with files that were organized with the meticulous precision of someone who trusted very few people and therefore maintained everything himself. The wards came down with Draco's signature and a second key that turned out to be a blood touch on the door frame, a personal ward so specific that even Lucius's own house elves couldn't enter. They worked through it for 2 hours. What they found was more than Harry had anticipated and less organized than he'd hoped, because Lucius filed his most sensitive material in a system of references and cross-documents that required knowing which thread to pull to find anything. Draco knew the system, knew it in the way you knew the architecture of a house you'd grown up in, not consciously but in the body, the way your hand found light switches in the dark. He found the foundational charter vulnerability analysis first. 40 pages, dated 8 months ago. Detailed, accurate, and annotated with Lucius's own handwriting, notes about which vulnerabilities were theoretical versus actionable, which historical claimants had come closest to the resonance threshold, which bloodlines were still carrying charter-relevant inheritance. Harry's name appeared on the last page, circled. Theoretical candidate, monitoring required, resonance probability, significant. He'd known he was being watched. He'd known in a general way that powerful people paid attention to him. Seeing it written down, this clinically and specifically, monitoring required, produced a cold, clear anger that he acknowledged and set aside. He knew, Harry said. He knew you were a candidate before the session. He was preparing for you specifically. Draco was reading something else, his voice carefully flat. I know, Harry said. The Ministry influence mechanisms. Draco pulled a different file. He keeps these as, he opened it. As favors received. Categorized by department and individual. He held it out. This is what Amelia Bones has been trying to find. Harry took it. It was 37 pages of the most meticulous, comprehensive, and damning evidence of systematic institutional corruption he had ever seen. Names, dates, amounts, favors, not just money but information, positions, protections. A 2-decade record of exactly how Lucius Malfoy had maintained his influence over a ministry he didn't officially run. He held it in his hands and thought about every Muggle-born witch or wizard who'd been denied a job by someone on this list. Every inheritance claim that had been dismissed by a registry officer whose name appeared in this document. Every Wisengamot session that had gone a certain way because of conversations that appeared as entries here. Can I take this? He asked. Draco looked at him for a moment. Yes. You understand what this does to your family's position. My family's position, Draco said, with a specific deliberateness, was built on things I was told were right, by someone I trusted to know what right meant. If they were wrong, he stopped. If they were wrong, then the position deserves to fall. He said it like it cost him something. Because it did. Harry knew enough about what it meant to have the life you'd been given pulled out from under your understanding of the world to recognize it when he saw it. The dark mark, Harry said. When this is done, when the full record is established, I'm going to make a legal argument that individuals marked under an ideologically fraudulent coercive framework deserve a formal legal review of their status rather than blanket criminal prosecution. I can't promise outcomes. But the argument will be made. Draco looked at him. Why would you do that? Because it's right, Harry said. Because the standard has to be what people did, not what they were pressured into wearing on their arm. A long silence. You're serious, Draco said. I usually am, Harry said. It's one of my more annoying qualities. Something shifted in Draco's face. Not quite a smile. Draco Malfoy smiling was apparently not something his face was prepared to do without significant notice, but its distant cousin. Take the file, he said. Take all of it. There are copies in the case at the bottom. He kept duplicates. He paused. Tell Granger, tell Hermione. He stopped again. The name sat differently in his mouth than it always had. He made himself use it. Tell Hermione that there are 3 more supporting documents in the lower drawer that cross-reference to the 1791 materials. She'll understand why they're relevant. Harry collected the files. He stood in the doorway of Lucius Malfoy's private study, holding 30 years of carefully maintained corruption in his arms, and looked at the pale, tired, unexpectedly human person who had handed it to him. What are you going to do? Harry asked. Now. Draco looked at the empty desk. At the files that were no longer there. At the room that had held his father's most private work, now stripped of the thing that made it significant. I don't know yet, he said honestly. Okay, Harry said. That's okay. He walked out of the study, down the stairs of Malfoy Manor, and out through the gates into the summer night, with the files under his arm and the Merlin ring warm on his hand, and the first real understanding of what Lucius's note had meant beginning to take shape in his mind. Some things cannot be undone by charter and cannot be acknowledged by vote. He'd been right. What he'd meant was, the power is not in the law. The power is in the system I've built around the law. But now Harry had the map of that system. Every connection, every mechanism, every name. He disapparated. Behind him, in the manor, a light went on in a third-floor window and didn't go off for a very long time. Chapter 6, The Night the Owls Flew. Harry laid Lucius Malfoy's files across the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place at 11:30 and watched Hermione's face change. She didn't say anything for the first few minutes. She just read, standing up, one hand flat on the table, moving through the documents at the pace of someone processing and cataloging simultaneously. Ron was leaning against the counter eating a biscuit and watching her with the particular attention he gave Hermione when she was doing something that he found both impressive and slightly alarming. Neville had pulled a chair to the corner of the table and was reading the Ministry Influence file over Harry's shoulder, his expression getting progressively grimmer as he worked through it. Luna was sitting on the kitchen windowsill with her knees tucked up, looking out at the dark street below. She'd been there since Harry got back, not asking questions, which was her way of asking the most important one, "Are you all right?" and receiving the answer through the manner of his return rather than anything he said. The 3 cross-reference documents, Hermione said finally. Draco said, he said I'd understand why they were relevant. Harry pulled them from the bottom of the stack and slid them across. She picked them up and started reading and made it about halfway through the first page before she sat down, which was significant because Hermione almost never sat down in the middle of reading something unless the reading required her full structural support. Harry, she said. I know. This is a full chain of documented evidence from 1791 through to present day. This isn't just the conspiracy. This is the maintenance of the conspiracy. These documents show every generation of Malfoy family involvement in keeping the designate seal degraded, including, she turned a page. Including a payment to a Gringotts Covenant Keeper in 1891. And another in 1923. She looked up. They did it more than once. The self-repair mechanism was working faster than they expected and they kept suppressing it. Deliberately. Repeatedly. With full knowledge of what they were doing. Ron had put down his biscuit. That's not 200 years of benefiting from something that happened once, Neville said slowly. That's 200 years of active criminal conspiracy. Yes, Hermione said. Which means the statute of limitations argument, which Lucius's legal team would inevitably raise if this went to prosecution, is significantly weakened. Because it wasn't a completed crime in 1793. It was an ongoing one. The kitchen was quiet for a moment. Ragnarok, Harry said. In the morning. He needs to see all of this before we decide how to proceed. He picked up the Ministry influence file and set it separately. This goes to Amelia Bones. Today, if I can reach her by owl tonight. It's midnight, Ron pointed out. She said she'd been waiting 3 years for this. I think she'll forgive the hour. Ron conceded this with a tilt of his head and went to find an owl. The owl reached Amelia Bones at 12:40 in the morning. Her response arrived at 1:15, which told Harry exactly how awake she'd been and how fast she could move when she had what she needed. Lord Potter-Black, I have reviewed the preliminary index you sent. My office will begin formal intake procedures at 7 tomorrow morning. I am invoking emergency audit authority under the Magical Law Enforcement Charter, which does not require minister approval. Come at 8. Bring the originals. Bones, he wrote back confirming, sealed it, and sent the owl back. Then he looked at the time and made a decision. Everyone should sleep, he said. I'm fine, Hermione said, which was what Hermione said when she was not entirely fine but had identified something more important than her own rest and was refusing to let biology interfere. Hermione. You've been up for 20 hours. The cross-reference analysis will be exactly as cross-referenceable in 6 hours. He picked up the documents she'd been working with and put them in the portfolio folder. We have the evidence. We have the meeting with Ragnarok tomorrow and the meeting with Amelia Bones at 8. None of that requires you to be awake right now. She looked at him with the expression of someone who was going to argue and then looked at her own hands, which were apparently telling a story about how tired she was that overrode her inclination to argue. Fine, she said. Ron, Harry said. Already going, Ron said from the doorway, pointing at the stairs. Neville stood, stretched, and gave Harry the quiet, solid nod that had become a kind of shorthand between them over the past week, a check-in that didn't need words. Harry nodded back. Luna unfolded herself from the windowsill with the unhurried grace of someone who had no argument with endings. She paused at the kitchen door and looked at Harry. You went to Draco and didn't need to threaten him, she said. Not a question. No. Good, she said simply. That matters. She went upstairs. Harry sat alone at the kitchen table with Lucius's files and his tea and the specific kind of quiet that a house had after everyone else had gone to sleep. He wasn't going to sleep yet. He knew that. His brain was doing the thing it did when too many important things were moving at once, not racing, exactly, but running at a steady, elevated pace that made the idea of lying down feel slightly absurd. He thought about what came next. The files would go to Bones. The conspiracy documentation would go to Ragnarok. Both of those things would set in motion formal processes, legal, administrative, investigative, that would take time but would be essentially unstoppable once begun. The foundational evidence was too comprehensive and too well documented to be challenged successfully. Lucius could try. His legal team was excellent. But the annotated commentary, the meeting minutes, the Gringotts payment record spanning 2 centuries, it wasn't the kind of evidence you argued away. It was the kind of evidence you eventually stopped arguing against. Which meant Lucius knew that if this evidence surfaced, his position was untenable. Which meant Lucius, who was intelligent and adaptive and had been preparing for this scenario for at least 6 months, had a plan for what to do if the evidence surfaced. Harry turned the Merlin ring on his finger. Some things cannot be undone by charter and cannot be acknowledged by vote. He picked up a quill and a blank piece of parchment and wrote at the top, "What does Lucius Malfoy have that legal process can't touch?" He stared at it. Then he wrote underneath, "People." Not institutional influence, that was in the files, that was documented, that was the kind of thing Amelia Bones was designed to dismantle. Something more direct. Something that didn't require official channels. He thought about the note. The phrasing. The specific wording of "we will speak again soon," which was not a vague social pleasantry from a man like Lucius. It was a specific statement of intent. We will speak. Not "this isn't over," not "you'll regret this," we will speak, which was personal, which was direct engagement, not institutional maneuvering. He was going to come at Harry directly. Harry wrote, when, where, on whose terms. He thought about control of the conversation. He thought about Lucius walking out of the Wizengamot chamber with that recalibrating look. He thought about the study in the manor, the meticulous files, the annotations, the circle around Harry's name. A man who prepared that thoroughly didn't rely on improvisation. He wrote, "He has leverage I haven't identified yet." He sat with that for a while. The problem was that he'd been thinking about Lucius's leverage in terms of institutional power, ministry connections, legal maneuvering, political alliances. He'd been thinking about it as a chess game with formal pieces on a formal board. But Lucius himself had said that today's engagement wasn't the war. And people who drew that kind of distinction between engagement and war were thinking about weapons that didn't appear on the formal board. He wrote, "What does he have that I actually care about?" And then he understood. He put the quill down. He sat very still for a moment, and then he picked the quill back up and wrote one more word. People. Not as leverage in the abstract. Specifically, the people in this house. The people in the gallery during the Wizengamot session. The people whose names were now associated with Harry's actions and whose safety was therefore now entangled with the political situation Harry had created. He thought about what it would mean to come at Harry directly. Not through institutions, not through legal process, those were Lucius's first line and they'd failed. The second line, for a man who genuinely believed what he believed, would be more personal. Would be designed to demonstrate that the power Harry had accumulated didn't protect what mattered to him. He was on his feet before he'd consciously decided to stand. He went upstairs and knocked quietly on Ron's door. Ron opened it approximately 4 seconds later, hair wrecked, but alert in a specific way Harry had noticed he got when the situation was genuinely urgent rather than just inconvenient. "I need you to write to your mum," Harry said. "Tonight." Ron looked at him. Understood something in his face. "She needs to know. Everyone needs to know. Everyone connected to this." Harry kept his voice even. "I'm not saying we're in immediate danger. I'm saying Lucius is out of legal options and he knows it, and people who run out of legal options when they're not the kind of person to simply accept defeat, they get creative," Ron said. "Yes." Ron was already looking for his quill. By 3 in the morning, 7 owls had gone out. Molly Weasley, Arthur at his ministry office, Augusta Longbottom, Andromeda Tonks, Remus Lupin, and 2 more to-order members whose information Harry had found in Sirius's study and whom he trusted enough to warn without knowing them well. He didn't tell them to hide. He didn't tell them they were in danger. He told them to be alert, to not be alone unnecessarily, and to report anything unusual to Amelia Bones's office directly. He used formal House Potter-Black letterhead for each one, which meant the letters carried magical authentication, they couldn't be dismissed as rumor. Then he sat back down and wrote one more letter. This one was to Lucius Malfoy. He sat with the blank parchment for a while, thinking about what to say and what not to say and what it meant to write to a man who had just had his 30-year political architecture disassembled in a week. He thought about what Lucius had said in the chamber, a matter of sincere belief, and about what Luna had observed, that this was personal in a way that made it more dangerous. He wrote, "Lord Malfoy, I have the files from your private study. All of them, including the 1791 materials and the maintenance records. These will be with Gringotts and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement by morning. I am telling you this directly because I think you deserve to know the state of play before you make any decisions about next steps. The legal case is complete. If you want to talk, I will talk. But if you choose a different path, I want you to understand that it will be met in full. Potter-Black." He sealed it and sent it. Then he went to bed. He slept 4 hours and woke up to 3 things happening simultaneously. The first was Hermione standing in his doorway saying, "Ragnarok moved the meeting to 6:30, he's already at the ministry." The second was an owl from Augusta Longbottom that read, "Received your warning. House Longbottom wards reinforced as of 4 this morning. Well done," and nothing else. The third was a howler. Not addressed to Harry. Addressed to Ron, which meant it was from Molly Weasley, which meant it had arrived bright red and screaming at exactly 6:12 in the morning and had already woken everyone in the house including Walburga Black's portrait, which had immediately started its own screaming from behind the stuck curtains until Harry hit it with a silencing charm so powerful the curtain rail shook. He found Ron in the corridor outside his room holding the tattered remnants of the howler with the resigned expression of a man who had been finding his mother's love occasionally overwhelming since approximately birth. "Everything all right?" Harry asked. "She's worried," Ron said. Loudly. He dropped the pieces in the bin by the door. "She wants us home. Or she wants to come here. Or both." The howler wasn't entirely coherent about which. "Write back and tell her what's happening." "Not everything, enough." Harry looked at him. "She deserves the real version, Ron. Not the managed version." Ron looked at him for a moment, and something shifted. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, she does." Ragnarok at 6:30 in the morning was indistinguishable from Ragnarok at any other hour, the same formal precision, the same economy of expression, the same quality of a mind running at full capacity regardless of the time or circumstances. He was in a ministry meeting room that Amelia Bones had requisitioned, accompanied by 2 legal witnesses from Gringotts who Harry didn't know, and when Harry laid the files on the table, Ragnarok picked up the maintenance records, the Gringotts payment documents, the 1891 and 1923 entries, and read them with an expression that went entirely still. Entirely, completely, dangerously still. "These are authenticated," Ragnarok said. It wasn't a question. "They were in Lucius Malfoy's private study under personal blood ward," Harry said. Draco Malfoy granted access. The individuals named in the 1891 payment. Ragnarok held the document with care. They were Gringotts employees. Acting in violation of the bank's covenant. He set it down with the particular deliberateness of someone managing a very large reaction. "This is a matter of institutional breach. Not merely a historical wrong." "I know," Harry said. "How does Gringotts want to handle it?" The question was important. He'd thought about it on the way here. Ragnarok was not going to simply hand this to the Wizarding Ministry's legal process. Goblins had their own relationship to justice and their own institutional pride, and a breach of Gringotts' covenant was a Gringotts matter first. Ragnarok looked at him. "Gringotts will conduct its own internal inquiry. The findings will be shared with your office and with Madame Bones. Any prosecution of the breach will be coordinated." He paused. "You consulted us rather than simply delivering this to the human ministry. It happened in your institution," Harry said. "It should be handled with your knowledge." A pause. Then Ragnarok said, with the particular formality of someone bestowing something they rarely gave, "The Merlin designate shows appropriate understanding of Gringotts' institutional standing. This will be noted." Coming from Ragnarok, that was approximately equivalent to a standing ovation. Amelia Bones at 8 o'clock was exactly as Harry expected her, ready, organized, wearing the expression of a woman who had been handed a gift she'd been waiting for long enough that she'd stopped expecting it and was now approaching it with the methodical intensity of someone who understood that the window might not stay open. She took the ministry influence files with 2 hands and set them immediately in a sealed evidence case that her assistant produced from somewhere before Harry had even finished explaining what they were. "I'm going to need statements," she said. "From Draco Malfoy, confirming the provenance of the materials and the circumstances of access." "He'll give them," Harry said. She looked at him. "You're sure?" "Yes." She studied him for a moment with the assessing look she'd given him in the hearing the previous year, and apparently arrived at the same conclusion she'd arrived at then, which was that he was telling the truth and had done his homework. "The inquiry will take time. This is thorough, but prosecutions of institutional corruption at this level require, as long as it takes," Harry said. "I'm not in a hurry on the prosecution timeline. The evidence is documented and in your hands. That's what matters." She made a note. "The provisional nullification becomes permanent today. The committee report has been formally lodged. The blood laws are gone." She said it with a precision that kept its emotion contained, the way professionals did when something was both work and personal. "I want you to understand that the practical implementation is going to be a significant process. 2 centuries of administrative infrastructure built around those classifications doesn't simply disappear." "Percy Weasley drafted a transition proposal," Harry said. 20 pages. "It's on its way to your office." She blinked. "Arthur's son?" "Yes. He's good. He knows the administrative architecture from the inside." Harry paused. "He'd benefit from your support if you're willing." She wrote something down. "I'll read the proposal." He stood to leave and she said, without looking up from her notes, "Lord Potter-Black." "Harry," he said. She looked up at that, and something moved in her expression. A brief, human thing, there and then controlled again. "Harry. What you've done this week," she stopped. "My niece Susan is at Hogwarts. She'll be in her 5th year in September." She put her quill down. "I want her to grow up in the world you're trying to build." Harry held her gaze. "I want her to help build it," he said. "The work isn't done." He went home. The prophet ran the story at noon. Not the Malfoy files, those were under legal seal pending formal inquiry. What ran was the official confirmation of the blood law's permanent nullification, along with a full accounting of the founding charter's legal history and the incorporation evidence Harry had presented. The reporter was a woman Harry didn't recognize named Celine Clearwater, no relation to Penelope, as far as he knew, who had apparently been following the Wizengamot proceedings with serious attention and who wrote the story with a clarity and factual precision that made it look like journalism rather than opinion with citations. The front page read, "Blood laws permanently nullified, Wizengamot votes confirm foundational charter primacy." The second page ran the full text of the founding charter's equality provision and a timeline of the legislative history. The third page had a piece by Rita Skeeter that Harry read with the specific attention of someone checking for landmines, found to be surprisingly restrained. Apparently even Rita had read the room, and set aside. He was reading it at the kitchen table when the first owl arrived. Then the second. Then the fourth, the seventh, the 12th. Within an hour there were enough owls arriving at Grimmauld Place that the hallway was beginning to resemble an extremely crowded and chaotic aviary. Hermione was sorting them into categories with the focused intensity of a very capable person dealing with a logistics problem she hadn't anticipated. Ron was opening the ones that looked urgent. Neville had taken a position near the door managing the physical overflow. Most were support. Letters from Muggle-born witches and wizards in terms that Harry found difficult to read quickly without stopping, because they were specific and personal and real, people writing about their parents being told they couldn't inherit, about job denials, about years of navigating a system that had classified them as lesser, about what today meant to them. He read as many as he could and set the rest aside for later because they deserved to be read properly, not skimmed. Some were hostile. Hexed letters that Hermione caught before Harry could open them and dealt with without commentary, which he appreciated. 2 were formal legal challenges that he set aside for the solicitors at Arcturus Consulting. 1 was a note from a Wisengamot member he didn't know who'd voted yes in the session, simply saying voted yes. Wife is Muggle-born. Thank you. And then, mid-afternoon, a letter arrived that made Hermione go quiet. She held it for a moment, reading, and then handed it to Harry without speaking. It was from Kingsley Shacklebolt, one of the Order members, or, steady, someone Harry trusted. It was brief. Harry, Malfoy was seen leaving Britain this morning via an international portkey registered to a secondary address in France. My contact at the portkey office flags this as unusual because the portkey was registered 4 days ago, before the acknowledgement vote. He planned for this. Don't know yet where he's going or what he's doing there. Amelia knows. Watch yourselves. Harry read it twice. He thought about the note. We will speak again soon. He thought about Lucius watching the news from France, the permanent nullification, the Gringotts inquiry, the ministry audit, and he thought about a man of genuine belief who had lost a significant engagement, had planned for the loss, and had moved to ground he'd prepared in advance. He went to France before the vote passed, Hermione said. He was already moving. Yes. Harry folded the letter. Which means the thing he's planning doesn't depend on the outcome here. He'd already decided on it before the vote. That's not reassuring, Ron said. No, Harry agreed. It's not. Luna appeared from the sitting room where she'd been reading, carrying a cup of tea and the particular expression of someone who has just thought of something important. She looked at Harry. What's in France? She asked. I don't know yet, Harry said. Families, Neville said slowly. Everyone looked at him. He was thinking, his expression careful. The 7 families from the 1789 to 1793 coalition. We know the Malfoys were one. The Blacks, one branch. What were the others? Hermione turned immediately to her notes. Harry watched her work through them. She had everything she'd pulled from the Black Library, from the annotated commentary, from the 1791 meeting minutes. He saw her find it, 3 pages deep. The 7 families represented in the 1791 meeting records, she said. Abbreviated as initials. She read them out. B. Black. M. Malfoy. R. Rosier. N. Not. D. Dolohov. L. Lestrange. N. She stopped. And? Harry asked. B. Bones, she said. The kitchen went very quiet. Hermione looked up. A Bones family member was at the founding conspiracy meeting. Harry thought about Amelia Bones. About the way she'd said my niece Susan. About the 3 years she'd spent trying to get clearance for the audit Lucius had blocked. She doesn't know, he said. You can't know that, Ron said carefully. She came to me, Harry said. She put her vote on record publicly. She's been trying to investigate Malfoy's influence for 3 years with her own department blocking her. He paused. She doesn't know. Then, but Lucius does. Hermione understood it at the same moment he did. He could see it in her face. He has leverage over her, she said. Or he thinks he does. The Bones family name in those minutes, he's been sitting on that for years. If he can use it to discredit Amelia's investigation, or to threaten her into closing it, Neville said. That's what he went to France for, Harry said. Not to run. To prepare the next move. He stood up. I need to warn her. Harry, Hermione started. She needs to know before he gets to her with it. He was already reaching for parchment. If she finds out from him, he controls the framing. If she finds out from me, with the full historical context, she can prepare. You trust her that much? Ron asked. Harry thought about Amelia Bones at her kitchen table at midnight, awake and ready when his owl arrived. He thought about what she'd said about her niece. Yes, he said. He wrote the letter quickly, sealed it, and sent it. Her response came 40 minutes later, in a hand that was slightly less even than her usual writing, not panic, but urgency. I know. I found it myself, in the documents you sent, an hour ago. I have spent the last hour determining whether it changes my position. It does not. Bones. Harry read it and felt something settle. He wrote back, I know. That's why I told you. He set down his quill and looked at the room. At the pile of letters. At his friends. At the evening light coming through the grim old place windows, the same evening light that fell on a changed world, provisionally, permanently, still being negotiated, but changed. He's in France, Harry said. He's preparing something. We don't know what yet, but we know why, because the legal path is gone and the institutional path is being dismantled and he's not done. He looked around the table. We're not done either. What do we do? Neville asked. We finish it, Harry said. Whatever he's planning, we find out and we meet it. But we don't wait for him to come back and dictate the terms. He picked up the parchment with the 7 family initials. The other families in this conspiracy. Rosier, Knott, Dolohov, Lestrange. Their real names attached to real people who are alive right now and who have the same reason Lucius does to want this undone. He looked at Hermione. I need everything you can find on the current heads of those families. And I need it tonight. Already looking, Hermione said, without any particular sense of surprise about the request. Outside, London was going about its summer evening, and in the magical world overlaid on top of it, owls were still flying, hundreds of them, carrying the news across Britain and beyond, the fact of a changed law landing in hundreds of different lives with hundreds of different weights. Harry could feel it, the shape of what had been set in motion, not just today but across the whole impossible week. He picked up his tea. Turned the Merlin ring on his finger once, slowly. The night was going to be long. That was fine. He was used to long nights, and this one, unlike most of the ones he could remember, was in service of something he'd chosen. He got back to work. Chapter 7, Every debt and every name. Lucius Malfoy came back from France on a Tuesday. Harry knew because Kingsley's second letter arrived at breakfast, brief and factual, portkey registered to Dover. Arrived 6 a.m. He's not alone. He read it once, passed it to Hermione, and finished his toast. Not alone, Ron said, reading over Hermione's shoulder. He went to France to collect something, Harry said. Or someone. Neville had the list of the other conspiracy families in front of him, the research Hermione had assembled overnight, which had taken her until 2 in the morning and produced 12 pages of notes on current family heads, estates, political affiliations, and potential motivations. He was reading it the way he'd been reading everything this week, carefully, with the specific attention of someone building a picture rather than just cataloging facts. Rosier's current head is in France, Neville said. Evander Rosier. He's been there for 20 years. He left Britain 2 months before Voldemort's first fall and never came back. He turned a page. He's old, 70-something, but he's on record as having filed 3 separate legal challenges against the provisional nullification through French wizarding courts on the grounds that it affected joint British-French estate holdings. Through French courts, Hermione said. Which have no jurisdiction over British wizarding law. No. But they have jurisdiction over estate claims that cross both territories. And if he can get a French court to find that the nullification creates a breach of existing cross-border property arrangements, it creates a parallel legal challenge that could complicate enforcement, Harry finished. Even without overturning anything, it creates delay and administrative chaos during the transition period. He thought about it for a moment. Then, which was never really about the French courts. It was about creating enough noise and procedural confusion that the practical implementation of the nullification stalls while Lucius rebuilds his position at home. Yes, Neville said. So Lucius went to France to brief Rosier. To align the challenges. Harry set his mug down. He came back because the next phase happens here. What's the next phase? Ron asked. Harry looked at Kingsley's letter again. He's not alone. I think, he said slowly, he's calling in the other families. Making it coalition business rather than Malfoy business. Because the Malfoy name is compromised right now, he knows the files are with Bones, he knows the inquiry is running. But if the challenge comes from 6 ancient families simultaneously, it looks like principled opposition rather than one man defending his position. Hermione had been writing while he was talking. She looked up. That's actually quite good strategy. I know. Harry stood up. Which is why we need to be ahead of it. He looked at the table, at his friends, at the 12 pages of Hermione's research, at the weight of everything the week had built to. I need to go to Nott. Theodore Nott. Neville said. His father. Theophilus Nott. Harry turned to Hermione's notes. He's been in Britain the whole time. He's old, his health is poor, he's been politically quiet since Voldemort's return became impossible to deny. And his son is at Hogwarts. He paused. Theodore Nott is in Slytherin. He's never been a Death Eater candidate as far as anyone knows. His father kept him out of it. Which might mean Theophilus Nott has been playing a longer game than Lucius, Hermione said carefully. Or it means he has doubts he never acted on. Harry looked at the ring on his left hand. The Slytherin ring, green stone steady in the morning light. I hold the Slytherin seat. If I approach him not as Harry Potter who dismantled the blood laws, but as the Lord of Slytherin's house, as someone with standing in the tradition his family has lived by, he might listen, Neville said. He might. Harry picked up his portfolio. The coalition Lucius is assembling only works if all the families are in it. If even one of them holds back, the unified opposition framing falls apart. And if Nott's out, Ron said, the others might recalculate. That's the idea. Hermione was looking at him with the expression she wore when she'd identified a risk and was deciding whether to voice it. Harry. Theophilus Nott has a dark mark. I know. Going to his house is a reasonable risk, Harry said. He's old and unwell and he kept his son out of the Death Eaters. That's not the profile of someone who's going to hex me at the front door. He paused. And I'm bringing the founding charter. She held his gaze for a moment. I'm coming. I was going to ask, he said. The Nott estate was in Wiltshire, not far from Salisbury, not the ostentatious grandeur of Malfoy Manor but the different kind of wealth that came from very old money that had stopped needing to announce itself. The house was stone, low-set, surrounded by grounds that were slightly overgrown in the way of a property that had once been maintained with more staff than currently existed. The wards were present but passive, not aggressive, not layered with dark magic, just old-fashioned perimeter protection. Harry knocked on the front door. A house elf answered, took one look at the rings, and went immediately to fetch its master without requiring any explanation. Theophilus Nott was in his late 70s and looked every year of it. He was in a wheelchair, not a magical one, just a chair, which said something about a man who could have spelled himself mobile and had chosen not to bother. He was thin in the way of people whose bodies had stopped holding weight comfortably, and his eyes were sharp and dark and assessed Harry and Hermione in about 3 seconds with the thoroughness of someone who'd once been very good at reading situations quickly and hadn't entirely lost the skill. Lord Potter-Black, he said. His voice was dry and unhurried. I wondered if you'd come. May we come in? Harry asked. You may. He turned the chair and they followed him into a sitting room that was lined with books and smelled of parchment and very old wood, the kind of room that had been a working space for a long time. He positioned himself by the window and looked at them. Sit down. They sat. Evander Rosier's owed me twice in the past 4 days, Nott said, before Harry could speak. And Lucius Malfoy sent a messenger last night. Very formal. Sealed with House Malfoy crest and everything. He looked at Harry with something that was almost humor in it, very dry and very old. I didn't respond to either of them. Why not? Harry asked. Because I'm 78 years old and I've spent 60 of them watching people arrange furniture on a sinking ship, he said. The blood laws were wrong. I knew they were wrong when they were already 100 years old when I was born. I voted for them in the Wisingamot because I inherited a seat that came with expected votes, and because the consequences of not voting for them were more immediate than the consequences of voting for them, and I was a coward and a pragmatist in roughly equal measure. He said it flatly. Not confessing, not performing guilt, stating a fact about himself with the clarity of very old age. I kept Theodore out of the Death Eaters because I wasn't willing to lose my son to something I knew was built on rotten foundations. Harry sat with that. Lucius wants your support for a coalition challenge, Harry said. I know what Lucius wants. Nott looked out the window at his overgrown grounds. What do you want? For you to stay out of it. Harry held his gaze. Not just from this coalition. Formally, officially, on record, a public statement from House Nott that the blood laws are correctly nullified and that the conspiracy documented in the 1791 materials represents a historical crime that should be acknowledged. He paused. I'm not asking you to testify against yourself. I'm asking you to stop protecting the cover story. Nott was quiet for a long moment. A clock ticked somewhere in the room, steady and indifferent. My name is in those minutes, he said. Abbreviated. TN. Yes. You could use that. I'm not here to use it, Harry said. I'm here to offer you the choice to be on the right side of what gets recorded. Because what happened in 1791 is going to be public knowledge regardless. The evidence is in Amelia Bones's office and Ragnar's files. The question is whether your family's name appears in the historical record as participants in a conspiracy, or as people who, when given the opportunity, acknowledged it. Another silence. Hermione, who had been quiet since they'd sat down, said, Your son has 4 more years at Hogwarts. He's going to come of age in whatever world we build from this. The choice you make now is partly about what he inherits. Nott looked at her. Something shifted in his face. You're Muggle-born, he said. Not unkindly. Just observing. Yes, Hermione said. The laws affected you. In every way they could. She met his gaze directly. I'm not asking you to feel guilty about that. I'm asking you to consider what it means to have the power to say so clearly and choose to use it. The clock ticked. Draft the statement, Nott said finally. I'll sign it. Harry stood and extended his hand. After a moment, Nott shook it. They were back in Diagon Alley by early afternoon. Hermione was writing the statement as they walked, because Hermione could draft legally precise documents while moving, which was a skill Harry had long since stopped being surprised by. They stopped at a cafe to let her finish it and arrived back at Grimmauld Place at 2 to find that things had moved significantly in their absence. Amelia Bones had sent a formal notification that the ministry audit had begun, 3 departments flagged in the first 6 hours, 14 individuals named for formal interview, 2 mid-level officials already suspended pending investigation. It was fast, faster than Harry had expected, and reading Amelia's covering note he understood why. She'd clearly had the framework for this audit prepared for a long time. She'd been waiting for the authorization to run it. With his formal backing on House Potter-Black letterhead, it had taken her approximately 12 hours to begin dismantling what Lucius had spent decades building. Kingsley had sent a second update. Lucius had been to 3 locations in London during the morning. His own solicitors, which was expected. The Wisingamot clerk's office, which was concerning and unclear. And a private address in Kensington that Kingsley was still identifying. The clerk's office, Neville said, reading over Harry's shoulder. He's filing something. A formal challenge to the committee findings, Hermione said immediately. On what grounds? The Section 7 interpretive question, Harry said. It's the weakest part of our position and he knows it. Even with Dumbledore's statement on record, a formal challenge filed by a sitting Wisingamot member requires a response from the Chief Warlock. It triggers another procedural process. He thought for a moment. It won't work. But it doesn't need to work, it just needs to create noise and delay long enough for the coalition to assemble. How long to respond to a formal challenge? Ron asked. Standard procedure is 14 days, Hermione said. Which is enough time, Harry said. He was already moving toward the desk. He sat down and pulled a piece of parchment toward him and wrote to Dumbledore, brief, specific, laying out what Lucius had filed and asking for a response timeline. Then he wrote to Ragnarok asking for a formal opinion from Gringotts on the Section 7 interpretation to accompany Dumbledore's, because dual institutional confirmation was procedurally stronger than a chief warlock ruling alone. Then he sat back and thought about the Kensington address. 3 locations. Solicitors, clerk's office, and somewhere private in Kensington. Who lives in Kensington? He asked generally. Everyone thought. Neville turned through Hermione's family research pages. Luna, who had appeared in the doorway at some point with tea and her characteristic timing, said, Zabini. Everyone looked at her. Blaise Zabini's mother. She has a house in Kensington. She said it with complete tranquility. She's well-connected socially, very wealthy, and not associated publicly with any political position. She's hosted private dinners for a fairly extraordinary range of people over the years. She looked at Harry. If Lucius wanted to arrange a discreet meeting with several significant people simultaneously without it looking like an official coalition meeting, he'd go through someone with social standing and no political footprint. How do you know this? Ron asked. The Quibbler did a feature on notable European wizarding households 3 years ago, Luna said. Father was very pleased with the research. Harry looked at her with genuine appreciation. Is there anything you don't know? Plenty, she said cheerfully. But I pay attention to things other people don't, so sometimes it balances out. The meeting at Narcissa Zabini's Kensington house happened at 7 that evening. Harry knew this because Augusta Longbottom had a contact who moved in exactly those social circles and who had been watching Lucius's movements since Harry's warning, and who sent word to Augusta at 4:30 that a gathering was being arranged for 7 p.m. at the Kensington address, with 8 confirmed attendees. 8. Harry thought about that number. 6 conspiracy family names from the 1791 minutes, but one of them, Lestrange, had family members either dead or in Azkaban, which probably meant Lucius had extended the coalition to other families. New money, or old money that had stayed quiet, people who had benefited from the blood laws structure without being among their architects. He called everyone into the sitting room. I could go, he said. Present myself at the door and make the same argument I made to Nott. But I'm not going to. He looked around the room. Lucius called this meeting because he's shifting from legal strategy to social strategy, building the kind of coalition that doesn't operate through official channels. If I crash it, I turn it into a confrontation and I make everyone their defensive, which makes them more likely to commit to his side. So we let it happen. Ron said. We let it happen and we let Nott's absence from it make the point we need made. He turned to Hermione. Is the statement ready? Ready and signed, she said. She held it up. It's formal, it names the 1791 meeting minutes directly, and Nott signed it with his family seal. Send it to the Prophet tonight, Harry said. Not to Skeeter, to Clearwater. She's been covering this accurately. Give her the Nott statement, the founding charter history, and the Gringotts maintenance records, the summary Ragnarok cleared for public release. Hermione was already moving. When that runs tomorrow morning, Harry continued, Lucius's coalition meeting tonight becomes a documented meeting between the people who are not Nott, the people who chose to continue defending the indefensible after being given a public opportunity not to. It changes the political framing entirely. The other families will read it, Neville said slowly, and they'll have to decide whether they want to be on the record as the people who kept going after a family member publicly withdrew. Yes. That's, actually quite elegant, Neville said, in a tone that sounded slightly surprised despite itself. That's what Slytherin's seat is for, Harry said, and there was something in his voice that was quietly pleased about it, not arrogant but satisfied, the satisfaction of a tool used correctly. He was in the kitchen at 9:30 that night when the knock came. Not at the front door. At the back, which was not a public entrance and wasn't visible from the street. The knock was precise, 3-2, which was not a sequence he'd established with anyone, which meant whoever was doing it was either bluffing or had done the research on black family signal patterns. He went to the back door alone. His wand was in his hand, not raised, just present. He opened the door. Draco Malfoy was standing in the narrow service alley behind Grimmauld Place, wearing a plain traveling cloak and looking like someone who had been walking fast for a while and was managing to keep his face together through significant effort. "He knows about the files," Draco said. Harry opened the door wider. "Come in." Draco stepped inside with the particular wariness of someone walking into a space that had historically been hostile and was choosing to trust his read of the present moment. He looked at the kitchen, the stacks of parchment, the evidence portfolios, the lived-in chaos of a working space, and his face did something complicated. "He came back from France at 6 this morning," Draco said. "He came home at noon. He went to the study. He stopped. He didn't say anything. He just stood in the doorway. And then he looked at me. He met Harry's eyes. He knew it was me." "What did he do?" Harry asked. "Nothing. Yet." Draco's hands, flat on the kitchen table, were entirely still in the way that spoke of active control. "He went to a meeting in Kensington. He's not back. But before he left he told me to stay in the house and that we would talk when he returned." He paused. "He said it the way he says things when he's decided something." Harry sat down across from him. "What did he decide?" "I don't know specifically. But I know my father." Draco's voice was even but not easy. "He's been patient all week. The Wisengamot session, the committee, the vote, he watched all of it and he stayed in the legal channel. But the files are the end of the legal channel. He knows that." He looked at Harry. There are things that aren't in those files. Things he keeps in his head rather than on paper because he learned a long time ago that paper can be taken." "What kind of things?" "Debts," Draco said. "Not financial. The other kind. People who owe him for specific things he's done or not done. He's been collecting them for 30 years and he's never needed to call them in because the system ran the way he wanted without requiring it." He paused. "If the system's gone, the debts are the only leverage he has left. And the debts are personal. Direct." Harry looked at him steadily. "Specific enough to threaten specific people?" "Yes. Including people connected to this." It wasn't a question. Draco held his gaze. "He knows about the Bones family name in the 1791 minutes. He's known for years. He'll use it to try to discredit Madame Bones's audit." "She already knows," Harry said. "She found it herself. She's prepared." Something briefly moved in Draco's expression, the fractional surprise of someone whose expected problem has already been solved. "He knows about the order," Draco continued. "Not the full membership, but enough names to create danger. He kept that information separate, never put it on paper, never gave it to," he stopped. "To Voldemort directly. He held it back as personal insurance." Harry absorbed that. The particular cold clarity of understanding exactly how careful Lucius Malfoy had been, not just building power but maintaining the unique kind of leverage that came from being the person who hadn't given the most dangerous information to the most dangerous person. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry asked. Draco looked at him. "Because I went into his study," he said. "That's already done. The choice is already made." He said it without drama, just fact. "And because," he stopped. Started again. "He told me we'd talk when he got home. I know what that conversation looks like. I've been having versions of it my entire life. He'll explain why what I did was a mistake. He'll explain what the correct position is. He'll do it in a way that makes perfect sense and leaves me feeling like there's only one possible conclusion. His voice stayed flat. I'm not having that conversation. I'm done with that conversation. The kitchen was very quiet. Harry looked at Draco Malfoy, at the pale, tired, entirely human face of someone who had just done the hardest thing you could do, which was choose against the story you'd been given about yourself since before you were old enough to question it. Okay, Harry said. That's all you have to say. For now. Harry stood up. Do you want tea? Draco stared at him. I just told you my father is going to come after you with 30 years of personal leverage on key figures in your political network, and your response is to offer me tea. The leverage is already being managed, Harry said. Amelia's prepared, the Order members have been warned, the not statement runs in the morning and it changes the coalition math. Your father is running out of moves. He turned to the kettle. You're not, though. You're 17 and you just severed your relationship with your father and you're standing in my kitchen at 10 at night looking like you haven't eaten since France. He glanced back. So. Tea. A very long pause. Fine, Draco said. Tea. Lucius Malfoy arrived at Grimmauld Place at 11:15. Not by invitation. He simply appeared at the front door, not by fluke, not by apparition to the garden, but standing on the front step as though he'd walked there, which meant he'd approached on foot and had either found the address through his own resources or had been given it. Harry had felt the wards register the approach. He'd gone to the front door ahead of the knock. He opened it before Lucius could knock. They looked at each other across the threshold. Lucius was in formal robes. He was always in formal robes. It was like armor he'd been wearing for so long it had become skin. His face was entirely composed. His hands were at his sides, empty and visible, which was either a signal of good faith or a very good performance of one. Lord Potter-Black, he said. Lord Malfoy. Harry kept his body in the doorway, unhurried. What can I do for you? I would like to speak with my son. Draco is here because he chose to be, Harry said. Whether he wants to speak with you is his choice. Something moved in Lucius's face. Not anger, something more careful than anger. I understand what you've done this week, he said. I understand the legal framework, the charter arguments, the political engineering. I want you to understand that I don't come here in anger. Then why do you come? Because this ends in one of two ways, Lucius said, with the measured precision of a man who had considered this carefully before speaking. It ends with a long, damaging, public process that harms a great many people, including people you care about, including people whose names are now in legal documents that can be used in ways you haven't yet anticipated. Or it ends with a conversation between adults. He paused. I'm asking for a conversation. Harry looked at him for a long moment. He thought about the debts Draco had mentioned. The names in Lucius's head. The Order members who'd been warned but who were still potentially exposed. He thought about the French court's challenge, the coalition meeting in Kensington, the formal challenge filed at the clerk's office. He thought about all the moving pieces on Lucius's side of the board, all the things still capable of causing harm. He thought about what kind of person he wanted to be about this. Come in, he said. He showed Lucius to the sitting room. Draco was in the kitchen and the kitchen door was closed. Harry didn't tell Lucius where his son was, and Lucius didn't ask, which told Harry that the immediate priority for Lucius was Harry, not Draco, that the conversation he'd come to have was with the person who held the legal and institutional power, not the family member who'd broken trust. They sat. The files are with Bones, Harry said. The conspiracy documentation is with Gringotts. The not statement runs in the morning. The Kensington meeting tonight is on record because you held it in a house owned by someone with better social intelligence than you've given them credit for. He said it factually, not triumphantly. The legal challenge at the clerk's office will be addressed by Dumbledore and Ragnarok jointly within the week. The French court challenge is jurisdictionally unsound and your own solicitors will have told you so. He looked at Lucius directly. You have the names in your head, the debts, the order members, the things you kept off paper. If you use them, the consequences fall on real people. I know that. And I'm telling you clearly, use them and I will respond to every single one, completely, without any consideration for the collateral damage to your position. Lucius was looking at him with an expression Harry had never quite seen before. It was the expression of a man who had walked into a conversation expecting to have leverage and had found, with genuine surprise, that he had less than he thought. So, Harry said. What is it you actually want to say? A long silence. I want you to understand, Lucius said, and his voice had changed, still controlled, still precise, but something had gone out of the performance layer of it, the way temperature goes out of a room when the source of heat stops, that what I did in the belief that it was right. Not convenience. Not self-interest alone. I believe that the structure, I know, Harry said. You said that in the chamber. Then I want you to understand, he stopped. The first time, in Harry's presence, that Lucius Malfoy had stopped mid-sentence without having intended to. I have a son. He said it simply. Who is 17 and who made a choice tonight that will define how his life goes from this point. Whether his father is, he stopped again. I want to know that choice is survivable. Harry looked at him. And there it was. Under the strategy, the ideology, the 30 years of carefully constructed power, a man sitting across from him saying I want my son to be all right. Not asking for forgiveness, not offering capitulation, not surrendering the ideology. Just, the thing underneath it. The human thing. The formal charges for the conspiracy involvement will depend on what Gringotts and Bones determine about individual culpability, Harry said carefully. I don't control that process and I wouldn't interfere with it. What I can tell you is that Draco's cooperation with the investigation was voluntary, was decisive, and will be on the record. He held Lucius's gaze. What your son did took more courage than anything you've built. Lucius went very still. I'm going to propose something, Harry said. Not because I owe you anything. Because it's the most useful path. He leaned forward slightly. You withdraw the French court challenge. You formally stand down the coalition, publicly, in writing, with House Malfoy's seal. You provide Amelia Bones's office with a full accounting of the debts and names you've been holding, voluntarily, on record, before anyone can claim you were compelled. He paused. In return, I'll advocate formally that the legal process distinguishes between architects of the blood law conspiracy and those who maintained it under institutional pressure. That's not immunity. It's context. The silence that followed was the longest of the entire conversation. And Draco? Lucius said. Draco has his own path now, Harry said. It's not mine to give you. Another silence. Lucius Malfoy looked, for a moment, like the man he was, 70 years old and out of moves, sitting in the home of the person who had dismantled everything he'd built, having just been offered something reasonable by someone with every reason to offer nothing. I'll have my solicitors contact Madame Bones in the morning, he said. Harry nodded. They stood at the same moment. Lucius looked around the sitting room, the bookshelves, the cluttered desk, the general atmosphere of a house being used for serious work rather than for appearances, and something crossed his face that Harry couldn't quite read. Not regret. Something further along than regret. One question, Lucius said, at the door. Go on. The resonance test. The seal restored itself specifically to you. He looked at Harry with the directness of a man who had stopped performing. Did you know that was possible? Before Gringotts? No, Harry said honestly. But once you knew, Lucius paused. You didn't hesitate. No, Harry said. Why not? Harry thought about it. About Sirius's letter, and Hermione's notes, and every specific, concrete person who had been damaged by 2 centuries of fraudulent law. About standing in a claiming chamber with 5 seals blazing on the wall and the particular clarity of knowing exactly what you had and what it was for. Because it was the right thing to do, he said. And I was tired of waiting for someone else to do it. Lucius looked at him for a moment. Then he walked out. Harry closed the door. He stood in the hallway of Grimmauld Place for a moment, in the quiet. 5 rings on his hands. The Merlin ring warm as a held breath. Then the kitchen door opened and Draco stood in the frame, holding a mug, with an expression that suggested he'd heard everything and was processing it in layers. He's going to cooperate? Draco said. Yes. Draco turned the mug in his hands once. He's never cooperated with anyone in his life. He cooperated with Voldemort, Harry said. That's not, Draco stopped. No. You're right. That's exactly the point, isn't it? He looked down at the mug. He follows power. He recognizes when the board has changed, Harry said. That's different from agreeing. But it's enough for tonight. Draco was quiet for a moment. What happens to him? The legal process runs, Harry said. It's out of my hands. But the record is going to show a man who, when the game was genuinely up, chose the path that caused the least additional harm. He paused. That matters. Does it? I think it's all any of us can do, in the end, Harry said. Make the better choice when the better choice is still available. Draco looked at him. The gray eyes were tired and complicated, and somewhere in them was the beginning of something that hadn't been there before, some small, private opening toward whatever came after everything you'd been given about yourself had been taken apart. Right, Draco said, in a voice that meant he was filing that away for a later time when he could think about it properly. Right, Harry agreed. He went back to the kitchen table, sat down, and pulled the next piece of parchment toward him. Outside, London was doing its late-night things, the city's particular quiet that was not actually quiet, just a different frequency of noise. Somewhere in it, owls were flying, carrying letters that would land tomorrow morning in houses and offices across Britain, and the morning would begin a different kind of day from any they'd had before. He had work to finish. He picked up his quill and got on with it. Chapter 8, The World We Make From Here. The morning came in quietly. No owls at 4. No urgent knocks, no howlers, no letters with moving seals demanding immediate response. Just the particular early morning grey of a London summer, the light coming through the Grimmauld Place windows in the gradual, unhurried way it had before anyone had given it instructions, and the sound of the house settling into the first genuinely still morning it had experienced all week. Harry was awake before 6. He'd slept, actually slept, properly, without the half-alert vigilance he'd been operating on since the first Gringotts letter, and he lay on his back in Sirius's old room for a few minutes listening to the house and feeling the particular quality of the quiet. Not the quiet of waiting. The quiet of something that had been wound tight for a long time and had finally been allowed to ease. He looked at the 5 rings on his hand in the early light. Then he got up and made tea. Hermione came downstairs at 6:30. She looked, for the first time in a week, like someone who had slept without an active problem pulling at the edges of her consciousness. Her hair was still half undone and she was wearing her dressing gown, and she sat down across from Harry and accepted the mug he pushed toward her, and they sat in the kitchen together without speaking for a while in the easy way of people who had been through something significant together and didn't need to fill the space around it with words. The prophet arrived at 7. Clearwater's article was on the front page. It ran to 4 columns, which was the most the prophet gave anything that wasn't a catastrophe, and it was exactly what Harry had hoped, factual, precise, structured around primary sources rather than anonymous comments and atmospheric insinuation. The headline read, "Not Statement Breaks Coalition, Blood Law Conspiracy Documented from 1791, Full Historical Record Published." Hermione read it with the focused silence of a professional checking work against specifications. When she finished, she set it down and looked at her tea. "She got everything right," she said. "Yes. The 1791 minutes. The maintenance records. The Gringotts payments. She tapped the paper. She even included the founding charter's self-repair mechanism. I wasn't sure whether to give her that detail. It was the right call, Harry said. It's the part that makes it clear the whole thing was an ongoing active crime rather than a historical quirk. It needed to be in print. She looked at him. You read it already. Woke up early. She pulled the paper back toward her and read the third column, which she'd missed on the first pass. After a moment she said, very quietly, she quoted Merlin's original language. Magic itself knows no such division. She looked up. That's going to be in textbooks. Harry thought about that. About what it meant for a sentence to make it into textbooks, to be read by children who would grow up knowing it had always been there, had always been the law, even when it was being suppressed. Children who would never know a wizarding Britain in which the blood laws were real because they'd been born after the day they stopped. He thought about Hermione at 11, stepping onto the Hogwarts Express for the first time. He thought about the versions of herself she'd had to build around a system that classified her as lesser, and about what it would have meant to grow up knowing that the system had been fraudulent from before anyone alive had been born. Yeah, he said. It is. Ron appeared at 7:30 with the specific energy of someone who'd read the paper, processed its implications, and arrived in the kitchen already in motion. He sat down, poured his own tea, and said without preamble, Dad sent 6 messages. Percy's sent 2. Mum sent one that's just the word, good, and then a drawing of a flower which I think means she's pleased but doesn't know what to say. Harry smiled at that. A real one, the kind that came without effort. The audit, he asked. Running. Dad says 3 more department heads were called in for formal interview yesterday evening. Apparently Bones didn't stop working when the sun went down. Ron wrapped both hands around his mug. He also says the French challenge was formally withdrawn at 8 this morning. Malfoy's solicitors filed the withdrawal before business hours started. Efficient, Hermione said. His solicitors are apparently very good, Ron said. Or very motivated to be on the right side of this. He paused. Lucius Malfoy cooperated voluntarily with the Bones office. I keep trying to get my head around it and it just sits there being strange. He recognized a losing position, Harry said. He spent 30 years surviving by being adaptable. This is the same mechanism. He's still a Death Eater, Ron said carefully. He is, Harry agreed. The legal process will address that. What he did last night doesn't erase what he's done. It just means the process can run without him trying to burn the building down on his way out. He paused. There's a difference between justice and revenge. The legal process is justice. What I wanted to avoid was the additional harm that comes from someone with his resources fighting every step of it. Ron considered this for a moment. You know, most people would have just let him fight it and enjoyed watching him lose. I'm not most people, Harry said. No, Ron said. You really aren't. He said it without the edge that would have made it complicated, just observation, just fact, the specific warmth of someone who had known you long enough to be entirely sure of what they were describing. Neville arrived at 8 with Augusta, who had apparently decided that the situation merited a personal visit rather than correspondence and had arrived at the front door at 7:55 in full formal robes, carrying a newspaper under one arm and a cake tin under the other. Harry had not anticipated the cake tin. For breakfast, Augusta said firmly, setting it on the kitchen table in the tone of someone who found it vaguely disreputable that a house engaged in significant historical events had not provided cake. She sat down, opened the tin, and looked at Harry. The audit will take months. The legal process on the conspiracy charges could take years. She picked up a slice. Don't let either of those timescales make you think the work isn't done. The law is changed. That's done. The rest is implementation. I know, Harry said. Good. She looked at him with the direct, assessing gaze she'd given him since the Wisengamot session. Neville tells me you're planning a transitional committee. Percy Weasley is building the framework. I'm going to ask you to be on it. He met her eyes. You've been in the Wizengamot for 30 years. You know every mechanism it has, including the ones it uses to slow things down. I need that. Augusta was quiet for a moment. Then, yes. All right. She said it as though it was obvious, which from Augusta Longbottom it probably was. A woman who had spent 30 years showing up to a chamber to push against something had presumably been waiting for the moment when the pushing became building. Neville sat beside his grandmother and helped himself to cake with the expression of someone who had watched Augusta decide things his whole life and had learned not to be surprised by the results. Luna arrived at 9, slightly damp from the morning outside, carrying flowers she'd apparently picked from the garden in Grimmauld Place's small and overgrown back square, yellow ones that Harry didn't know the name of, which she arranged in a jar on the windowsill with the specific care she gave to small things. She sat down and looked at Harry. Draco left before dawn, she said. Not asking. He came down at 5, Harry confirmed. We talked for a bit. Then he said he needed to go somewhere he'd been putting off. He paused. St. Mungo's, I think. His mother's been staying there, not as a patient, she has visiting rights to someone. Narcissa, Hermione said softly. She'd been thinking about this. She turned against Voldemort in the end. Whatever happens with Lucius, her situation is different. Draco needed to see her, Harry said. I think he needed to tell her what he'd done before she heard it another way. The kitchen absorbed that for a moment. He'll be all right, Luna said, with the particular certainty she reserved for things she'd thought about carefully rather than things she was simply hoping. He doesn't know what he is yet without the structure his father gave him. But he'll figure it out. Some people need the structure removed before they can find their own shape. Nobody argued with this. The morning moved differently from every morning of the past week. There was still work, there was a great deal of work, and there would be for months, transitional committee structures and legal proceedings and administrative frameworks being rebuilt from foundations that were now, for the first time, actually sound. Harry had letters to write and meetings to schedule and documents to review, and he did all of those things, but they had a different quality. The urgency had changed register. The week had been crisis and momentum and the specific compressed energy of someone doing something that had to be done before the window closed. What came after was different. Longer. More patient. The kind of work you could sustain for years because it was right rather than because the moment was now or never. He was at the desk in the study when Dumbledore's letter arrived mid-morning. It was longer than the previous ones. He read it at the desk, then read it again, and then sat with it for a minute. Dumbledore wrote about the formal challenge withdrawal, which had been lodged at the clerk's office by 9 a.m. precisely, and confirmed that with Lucius's removal from the procedural argument the challenge had no standing and would be dismissed. He wrote about the Section 7 ruling he would be entering into the Wizengamot's permanent procedural record, with Ragnarok's co-signature, a ruling that clarified, definitively and on permanent record, the Merlin designates authority with respect to foundational charter violations. He wrote that this would be the last significant act of his tenure as Chief Warlock, because he intended to submit his resignation from that position at the Wizengamot's next session. Harry read that part a third time. Dumbledore wrote, I have been Chief Warlock for 36 years. In that time I have guided, managed, directed, and on occasion obstructed, and I am not so old that I cannot distinguish between the ones that were wisdom and the ones that were fear dressed as wisdom. The Wizengamot you are building needs a Chief Warlock who has not spent 36 years accumulating the compromises that long tenure requires. I am not the right person to lead what comes next. I am, however, the right person to ensure the transition is clean. I wanted you to know before the formal announcement. I thought you deserved to. Harry folded the letter carefully and held it for a moment. He thought about every conversation he'd had in Dumbledore's office. About every careful, guided revelation, information given in measured doses, truth managed like medicine, the specific paternalism of someone who genuinely believed he knew best and acted accordingly and was, just often enough, right. He thought about the anger on the shelf in his mind, the stored-up frustration of years. He thought about Dumbledore in the committee, reading Section 7's Latin, extinguo, and saying clearly and on record that the designate's authority was unilateral and not subject to chamber obstruction. About an old man in a purple hat choosing, when it mattered, to stand behind the thing he believed rather than the thing that was convenient. It wasn't everything. It didn't undo the years of managed information, the trust given too carefully and too late, the decisions made for Harry rather than with him. Those things were real and their weight was real. But it was something. It was, he thought, what Dumbledore could do. He wrote back, "Thank you for telling me. Harry, not Lord Potter-Black. Just Harry." He thought that mattered. In the early afternoon, a small delegation of ministry workers arrived at the Grimmauld Place door, which Harry had not anticipated. There were 6 of them, 3 women, 3 men, all in ministry robes but the informal kind, not the official kind, which suggested this was personal rather than institutional. The one who knocked was a woman in her 40s with a precise, careful way of holding herself that suggested she'd spent years making herself small in professional spaces and hadn't entirely stopped. She had curly brown hair and dark eyes, and her name, when she introduced herself, was Miriam Alcott, junior archivist in the Department of Magical Records. "We heard about the founding charter," she said, when Harry opened the door. She wasn't reading from anything. She'd clearly prepared what she wanted to say. "We've been in that department for, between us, we have 63 years of combined service. 3 of us are Muggle-born. 2 are half-blood. 1, she glanced at the man beside her, slightly older, with the look of someone who'd been carrying something heavy for a long time, is pure blood with a Muggle-born spouse. She looked at Harry directly. "We came to say thank you. Not formally. There isn't a formal version of this. We just wanted you to know." Harry looked at them. At the 6 faces, each one carrying their own specific weight and their own specific relationship to the week that had just happened, and he felt something that was not quite the clean-edged emotion of triumph and not quite grief but was somewhere in the country of both, the way important things usually were. "Come in," he said. They came in and sat in the kitchen and Hermione made tea and they talked for an hour. Not about legislation, not about the Wizengamot, not about Lord Potter-Black and his 5 seats. About what it had been like. About the specific daily texture of navigating a ministry built on the assumption that some people were less, the small cuts that accumulated over years into something that made it hard to stand up straight. About what it meant to come to work on a Wednesday and find that the legal basis for all of that had been declared fraudulent. About what they were going to do with that. The man with the Muggle-born wife, his name was Martin, he'd worked in records for 22 years, said something that Harry kept coming back to later. He said, "My wife told me this morning that she'd always felt like she was living in someone else's house. Like she was a guest and the real owners could ask her to leave at any time. She said this week she started feeling like it was her house too." He paused. "She said she didn't realize how much energy she'd been spending on that feeling until she didn't have to spend it anymore." Harry thought about that for a long time. They left at 3, and Harry went for a walk. He did this alone, deliberately, not because he wanted to avoid anyone but because there was something he needed to do that required being alone with it for a while. He walked out of Grimmauld Place into the warm afternoon and through the streets of Muggle London, which went about their business with perfect indifference to everything that had happened in the wizarding world that week. Cars, cafes, people, the particular democratic noise of a city that didn't care what you were carrying as long as you kept moving. He walked for an hour. He ended up sitting on a bench in a small park, the kind that appeared between buildings in London as though the city had been interrupted in the middle of something and left spaces for trees, and he sat in the afternoon sun with his hands on his knees and his 5 rings catching the light. He thought about Sirius. Not in the grief spiral way, and not in the performed composure way he'd been using when he needed to be functional. He thought about Sirius specifically and completely, the way you could only do it when you were alone and not performing anything for anyone. He thought about the letter. "I love you." Simple as that. He thought about what Sirius would have made of the week. The immediate, unfiltered version of Sirius, not the managed, careful version that Harry's grief had sometimes constructed, smoothed down and slightly idealized. The real version. Sirius, who had broken out of Azkaban on a motorbike and broken into Hogwarts twice, and who had a great disrespect for procedurally correct behavior when procedurally incorrect behavior was more effective. Sirius, who had been Gryffindor and furious and funny and would have been absolutely terrible at sitting through a 2-hour 40-minute procedural debate without saying something inadvisable. He thought Sirius would have loved it. Not the legal argument specifically. The doing of it. The walking into the Wizengamot with 5 rings and a 900-year-old document and telling 32 people with enormous self-regard that the thing they'd been doing was wrong and had always been wrong, and here was the proof. Sirius would have been on his feet, probably. Clapping, perhaps, in the way that made everyone else uncomfortable. Harry sat with that and felt the grief and let it be what it was. He owed it to Sirius not to manage the feeling into something smaller. He let it be large. He let the loss have its full size. And then, after a while, he got up and walked back. Draco returned at 4:30, quieter than he'd left, with a specific expression that suggested he'd had a necessary conversation and was still integrating it. He said only that his mother was well and that the conversation had been, he paused over the word, good. Harry didn't ask for more than that. What happened between Draco and Narcissa was theirs. What Draco did ask, sitting at the kitchen table with tea that had gone cold while he was thinking, was, the Slytherin seat. What do you actually intend to do with it? Harry looked at him. Use it. The same way I intend to use all of them, to make arguments, cast votes, build the structures the nullification created space for. He paused. Why? Because it occurred to me, Draco said carefully, that the Slytherin seat has been symbolic in a particular way for a long time. Held empty, or held by people who used it to mean exactly one thing. And now it's held by you. He turned his mug. Which means it means something different. If you use it the way you're describing, actively, on record, in service of the things you're actually arguing, he stopped. It changes what Slytherin is. Not just politically. In the culture of it. The whole inherited set of meanings. That's the point, Harry said. Draco was quiet for a long moment. I'm a Slytherin, he said. I know. So is Theo not. And Zabini. And half a dozen others who've spent 6 years being told that what it means to be a Slytherin is to be exactly what my father wanted me to be. He looked at Harry with an expression that was complicated and honest in equal measure. If the seat means something different, if the Lord of the House is actively demonstrating that it means something different, then we get to figure out what we actually are. Yes, Harry said. You do. Something shifted in Draco's face. The small, private opening that Harry had noticed the night before, it was a little wider now, a little less guarded. Not resolved, not healed, nothing so quick as that. Just more available to the idea of what might be possible. Right, Draco said. I suppose he stopped. That's actually what I needed to hear. Good, Harry said. The evening was the first evening all week that felt like an actual evening rather than an extension of the day's work. Someone, probably Ron, who had practical instincts about the relationship between significant events and food, had gone out at some point and come back with an amount of takeaway that suggested he'd been cooking for an army in his head. The kitchen table was covered in containers, and everyone was there, Ron and Hermione, Neville, Luna, Draco sitting slightly separately but present, Augusta who had apparently decided she was not leaving until she'd had a proper meal, Creature who had come to inspect the takeaway with the expression of someone who found it deeply inadequate but was managing his disappointment. Arthur Weasley arrived at 6, direct from the ministry, still in his work robes, with the faintly overwhelmed expression of a man who had spent a day watching 30 years of carefully maintained institutional injustice begin to unravel and was still updating his picture of the world. He sat next to his son and put his hand briefly on Ron's shoulder and didn't say anything for a minute, and Ron let him not say anything, which was its own kind of conversation. Andromeda Tonks arrived at 7, with Nymphadora, Tonks, in aura robes, with her hair currently a particular shade of pink that Harry associated with her best moods. Tonks sat down next to Draco, which caused a moment of charged silence between them, and then she said, "All right, Malfoy," in the direct, uncomplicated way she said most things, and Draco said, "Tonks," and they both reached for the same container of chips and the moment passed. Harry sat in the middle of all of it and ate his food and listened to the overlapping conversations and felt the weight of the week settling into something he could carry. Not gone, the work wasn't gone, the complications weren't gone, Lucius was cooperating but was still Lucius, the legal process would run for months, the transitional committee would take years. The world had changed and was still in the process of changing and would be for a long time. But sitting in this specific kitchen, with these specific people, the weight felt like the right kind. The kind you chose. Later, when the food was cleared and Augusta had gone home with Neville, and Tonks and Andromeda had left together, and Draco had gone upstairs to the spare room that had been silently made available, Harry found himself alone in the study with Ron and Hermione. They were sitting the way they'd sat in hundreds of common room evenings, Hermione with a book, Ron with his legs extended, Harry in the middle chair. The specific comfortable geography of three people who had been friends long enough that their physical presence together had its own settled logic. "Term starts in September," Ron said, after a while. 7 weeks, Hermione said without looking up. "You've got an EWTS coming." "So do you." "I know. He gestured vaguely. "It's strange to think about going back to school. After this." Harry thought about Hogwarts. About potions classes and Quidditch practice and the ordinary, extraordinary business of being 16 in a castle. About what it would feel like to return to that now, not as the person who'd walked into it 3 weeks ago, not as someone in the middle of an ongoing crisis, but as whatever he was now. "It'll be different," Harry said. "Going back." "Obviously," Hermione said. "I mean, people will have read the paper. They'll know what happened this week. The Muggle-born students especially." He paused. "It's going to matter. The way Hogwarts runs, the way the houses talk to each other, the way the curriculum handles what just happened, all of it. McGonagall will handle it well," Hermione said with confidence. "She's been handling things well for decades." "She will," Harry agreed. "But I think," he stopped, found the thought, continued. "I think I need to be present for it. Not managing it. Just, present. Available. I've spent enough time being the person things happen to. I want to be the person who helps figure out what they mean." Ron was watching him. "You know you can just have a normal year. You're allowed." "I'm going to try," Harry said honestly. "But I don't think normal means what it used to." Ron thought about this. "No," he said. "Probably not." He didn't sound unhappy about it. "Though I'd like it to include some Quidditch." "Obviously," Hermione said. "And maybe fewer life-or-death situations." "I'll do my best," Harry said. Ron grinned at him. The specific grin, easy, warm, entirely Ron, that Harry had seen so many times it was part of the furniture of his life. He went upstairs at 11. He stood in the doorway of Sirius's room for a moment, looking at the space he'd spent a week sleeping in, with the badly painted blue door and the outline of the posters on the wall and the distant, faint smell of old motorcycle oil that probably hadn't come from anywhere real but that Harry associated with the room anyway. He thought about what it meant that this house was his now. That this room had been Sirius's room when Sirius was a boy and was Harry's room now, and that the connection between those two facts was not sad, exactly, or not only sad. It was also a kind of continuation. He took off the 5 rings and set them on the desk, the way he'd been doing every night. They sat together in the lamplight, the garnet, the onyx, the amber, the serpentine, and the pale silver Merlin stone, plain as a river pebble, meaning everything. He thought about what Merlin had built. The founding charter, the self-repairing seal, the 900-year-old contingency plan, a mind that had thought hard enough about justice to build mechanisms for it that would outlast every attempt to suppress them. The key and the lock repairing each other. He thought about what it meant to be the person that mechanism had waited for. He thought, it wasn't waiting for someone special. It was waiting for someone willing. That felt true in a way he could hold. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the rings. He thought about what came next. Not in the anxious, exhausted way he'd been thinking about what came next for years, the constant low-level assessment of threat and response and who was going to try to kill him this time. The other kind. The kind that looked towards something rather than away from something. The transitional committee, and the school year, and the legal processes running their course, and the slow, difficult, entirely worthwhile work of building a world on foundations that were actually sound. He thought about Martin, in his office, and his wife who'd been a guest in someone else's house and was now beginning to understand it was hers. He thought about Draco, in the spare room down the hall, figuring out what shape he was without the structure he'd been given. He thought about Hermione reading the founding charter in the early morning light, saying magic itself knows no such division, saying that's going to be in textbooks. He thought about Sirius. He picked up the Merlin ring and held it in his palm. The pale silver stone was warm, as it always was, the warmth that had been there since the first moment in the claiming chamber, steady and constant, like something that had been waiting a very long time to be useful. He set it back down. He lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling and listened to the house settle, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, the settling sounded like comfort rather than warning. Outside, London went on being London. The city's nighttime frequency of life, cars, the distant suggestion of music from somewhere, a dog, the patient movement of ordinary things in an ordinary city that didn't know and didn't need to know that a world it couldn't see had just changed its own laws and would spend the next generation figuring out what that meant. Harry let his eyes close. He thought, in the drifting way thoughts moved on the edge of sleep, Sirius would have said something terrible and brilliant and we would have argued about it and he would have been right. He thought, I'm going to do the work and I'm going to bring the people I love with me and we're going to build what needs building and it's going to be hard and it's going to be worth it. He thought, I'm not afraid. That was the last thought before sleep took him, clean and simple and completely, finally true. In the morning there would be letters. The Transitional Committee's first meeting, which Percy had already scheduled with characteristic efficiency. A response from Ragnarok about the Gringotts' internal inquiry findings. A note from Celine Clearwater asking for a formal interview, which Harry had been thinking about agreeing to, not because the story needed to be managed but because it deserved to be told clearly, by him, in his own words. In September there would be Hogwarts, an NEWTS, and a school full of young people who would come back to a world that had changed underneath them and would need, not to be managed, not to be protected from it, but to understand it. To have space to make sense of it, and to find their own relationship to what it meant. In the years after that there would be the long, patient work of building what the law had now created space for. Representation for Muggle-born and half-blood witches and wizards at every level of the ministry's structure. Educational frameworks that taught the actual history, not the sanitized version, but the real one, including the conspiracy and the cover-up and the 200 years of fraudulent law and the Goblin Covenant breach and all of it, because you couldn't build on foundations you didn't understand. Legal recognition for every group that had been coded as lesser by a system now proven to have been rotten from its origins. The slow, accumulating work of an institution learning to be what it had always claimed to be. It would take time. It would face opposition. There would be people who found 1,000 ways to resist, to delay, to complicate, because there always were, because change always made certain kinds of people feel like something was being taken from them even when what was being taken was only their ability to take from others. Harry would do the work anyway. With the people beside him, with the Wisingamot seats and the founding charter and the patient, determined, completely unfrightened certainty that the thing was right and the right thing was worth doing regardless of how long it took. He slept. The rings sat on the desk in the lamplight, 5 of them, patient and present, the weight of 9 centuries of magical law resting easily in a small circle of warm metal and stone, and outside the summer morning was already beginning its slow preparation, the first grey blue of the sky above Grimmauld Place, above London, above a changed world getting ready for the next day of being changed. The owls would fly in the morning. There was work to do.